Welcome to the Truth UnCompromised show. I am your host, Rhonda. Join us every Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Truth is peace. Truth is freedom to love, live, and be. We are Truth UnCompromised.
We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to Truth UnCompromised.
You have entered into a dimension of truth. Time does not exist, and illusions are shattered. The journey of truth is intense. The journey of truth will set you free. Consider this a warning as you enter the dimension of Truth UnCompromised.
Still unamalgamated. Heartbeat, the sound of the bass drum. Come with your best shot, I'll take one. Rumble in the jungle, I'm a lion. Stand up for your Muslim nation. Hey, for these generations, we the people lost but not forgotten. Tribal rivalry is the problem. One love, the key for what we locked in. Don't call me a doctor, but I will be your medicine man. We're all from the melting pot, so everybody in the crowd is a Native American. Like me, what can't you see? The enemy is a L-I-E. One family tree we are. The truth is like smoking Joe, and so far the bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. No giving up, flowing in my veins like a champion. I feel that I will never surrender. One with the soul of a warrior, I will remain a contender. One with the soul of a warrior, I will. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey, 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 yo, hey yo, hey yo. I rule my dominion, I'm part Asian, Indian, Dominican, back to Hindu, Dravidian, so Mexicano, loco, man. Egyptian fits my description. I'm training hard for the mission. I'm a country boy from the south, and mama said knock you out. I'm in the ring like the bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. No giving up, flowing in my veins like a champion. I feel that I will never surrender. One with the soul of a warrior, I will remain a contender. One with the soul of a warrior, I will. If you're down for one love and one people, let me hear you say, hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey, 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 hey. One finger in the air, hey yo, hey
All right, fam. Welcome to the Truth Uncompromised show. I am your host, Rhonda, and tonight is, child, I didn't know the camera was on. Tonight is December 15th. We have a great show planned for you. We are wrapping up the year end with this particular series, which is the Age of Ascension with Brother Odel. We're on part 33. So, 33, huh? We have one more show for the rest of this year, and then we're going to wrap up this series. So, if this is your first time joining us, the purpose of this series is a couple folds. To number one, of course, explain what actually the Age of Aquarius means. We hit it from every aspect. The most popular aspect of what the Age of Aquarius means. Ooh, this headphone keeps slipping. With the fifth dimension and all of that jazz. And as we like to do, we went a little bit deeper and we went behind how it is not only tied to the astrological clock, but the metaphysics and the science behind what is actually that astrological clock. And shout out to Brother Odel. We also got into the history of things and tied it into the astrological clock. And we brought it forward and explained to where we are going in the future. Okay, so if this is your first time joining us, welcome. But I also highly encourage you to go back and listen to the other episodes. Now, of course, how we rock over here, we go based on energy. So a lot of times we didn't get to the main topic. We were on some other stuff. Okay, so just giving you a little disclosure there. Okay, so I am going to just real quick give a shout out to the YouTube family chat in the house. We have Sis Stephanie in the house, Queen Ottawa, Sis Angela, Brother Dwayne. Shout out to my co-host, Sis Sandra. Jarrell, shout out to you. Shout out to Sis Regina. Shout out to Brother Helenese. Shout out to Sis Thelma. And shout out to Brother Lance. So good to see you all. I'm at the move this headset, child, because it keeps sliding. All right, and then shout out to the YouTube family joining us. So let me bring on Sis Sandra. And before I do that, I want to once again thank Brother Tavis for allowing us to use his song, Soul of a Warrior. Everybody just fell in love with the song, brother. It just lifts our spirits. We be up in here jamming. So we really, really appreciate you allowing us to use your unique song. Okay, so let me bring on my co-host, Sis Sandra. See what's on Sis' mind. You should be unmuted, sis, and you can also unmute yourself.
Hi, you there?
Yeah, I'm there. How you doing, sis?
I'm good, thank you. How
Good.
about yourself?
I'm good. It's good to hear your voice.
Good to hear yours as well.
Good. Did you get your... Oh, shoot. Let me take this off pause because I be the main
Recording
one.
in progress.
Go on and record. So, did you get your...
Headset?
Yeah, girl.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how to work it.
Okay.
I was hoping
I
to get
hear
it.
you very well if you're using
Well, I'm sitting at the computer.
Oh, Lord. Okay, sis,
Yeah.
don't be experimenting tonight, okay? Because I
No.
know how you get.
No.
You're going to have to test it another time and then text me if you want to test it offline with Zoom.
You know,
we're
I
not
had
on
somebody
the air.
I was supposed to have somebody call me on Zoom, and I could have tested it yesterday, but they didn't do that.
Oh, no. Okay.
Yeah,
Well, if
and
you
I'm
remember,
like-
we can test it. Just text me and I'll fire up a Zoom off
Okay.
air and we'll definitely test it out. I didn't know child Zoom had the nerve to be finicky like that. So sorry you got to use your PC again.
Well, it shows it's working here, but it's not coming through the mic itself. So I'm trying to figure out what's wrong. But it's working.
Okay. All right. And shout out to Brother Kerry. Good to see you in the house. I'm glad you all are safe. I saw you in Legendary Top Cats live earlier today. So that's why I know you were safe, because I did check on Lady Dez, and she let me know they were okay. So shout out to the Nola family. I hope everyone's safe. You know, they had a bad tornado come through there. So I hope everyone's safe in New Orleans, okay? So shout out to Brother Kerry.
Mm-hmm.
All right, sis. So you have any go ahead on with the fuckery?
Oh my goodness. Hey, what time is it in the world? That's the question.
What you mean?
It's crazy.
Yeah.
There's not nothing that's not going on.
I know.
You know, it's just so much stuff going on. You have to choose a subject.
Yeah.
Just choose one.
Yeah.
You know, because I don't know if these people, I think they're trying to make it into the hell that it's supposed to be honest with you, because they really are doing crazy things.
Well, they created hell right here. Shit.
Exactly. And it's more so. They're doing more and more and more and more. And I'm like, have these people lost their minds? Well, you know, they just voted on the celebration of marriage protection bill that Biden put out there, like he has the right to do that. And he invited a drag queen to the White House to celebrate. And I'm like, what? And it wasn't so bad that he did. Well, yes, it was. But the drag queen he invited wrote on his account, I guess it was Twitter or something, that children are made to, you know, do something to somebody's private parts.
See, I would have to have verification of that, because I don't want to be accusing people falsely.
I know, but they had it posted. I saw it. Okay. But you can't take my word for it. But yeah, it was posted, and they were talking about it on The Real America's Voice. That's where I got it from. And they showed the post, and I'm like, holy mackerel.
Now, I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
No. I saw the drag queen at the Washington.
Is the person a trans? I know, sis, it's a lot of terminology.
Yeah, he is.
But we do need to, because you know,
I don't know.
What did you go? Drag queen, sis, just means
a man dressed up like a woman
that likes to dress up like a woman. That don't necessarily mean that they're transgender, that they want to identify, or they identify as a woman.
No, he wasn't. He wasn't a trans. I remember seeing this picture now. No, he wasn't a trans. He was dressed up.
Transgender. Okay.
He was dressed up like, you know.
Now, this just my opinion. I don't give a damn if other folks want to get married because they're same sex. That's not impacting. Yeah, that's not impacting my life. I don't give a damn about that. You know, go for it. And if to be really honest, it is a way for those particular couples to make sure they protect each other's assets, be able to make decisions, especially if something happens to their partner, medical decisions. So I don't care about that. It's it's not harming my life in any way. I respect whoever wants to, how folks want to love each other. Do your thing. Long as you're not doing any harm to others, I'm cool with that. And now, to be real honest, it ain't like heterosexuals is out here respecting marriage anyway.
Yeah, for sure.
So that part I don't care about. But I still stand on that this whole Democratic Party uses that particular community for political agendas. All right? They don't give a doggone at the end of the day about that community. It's a political base. All right? But that's that community's business, not my business. So, you know, I don't care about none of that about signing XYZ into law folks got a right to marry who they want to marry. Knock your damn self out. I don't have an issue with that. Now, what's hypocrisy to me is the fact that black folk, collective black folk, that's what the hell you get. Because I still have yet to see any of the things that you claim are important to you be put forward as an urgency, or even just them giving a damn in front of the Democrats. When it actually comes down putting the rubber meeting the road, actually putting some legislation behind those campaign promises. Okay? Yet once again, you're not going to get anything that you were promised. Okay? Now everybody and they, father, cousin, and brother, the damn animals, they can all get legislation through, but you can't get any hate crime bills through, none of that. Okay? And not that the student loan is just the student loan forgiveness, not that that's just exclusively to the black collective community. But hell, they even, reneged on that, okay? Because the amount of money that first it was going to be all student loans forgiven, okay? Because student loan debt is what, $1 trillion? A
lot.
So then it got bust down to, what was it, 50,000, y'all? Either 50,000 or 30,000, which is
they
nothing.
Went to 20. They went to 20.
And so now I think the Supreme Court, it's being taken to the Supreme Court to even block that. Okay, so my point being, that's what you get. That's my damn point. That's my damn point. Because you continue to allow people to use you for your quote, quote, vote, and you get nothing out of it. Okay? But yet, here the LGBTQ community really just came on the scene as far as political power perspective, and they always get what the hell they want.
I think they started in California with this dude. He financed it, a billionaire did.
Yeah. So what does that say about your value? What is the point of you going out here voting a certain way when you're literally being shot down in the street like a dog? And let's even take the police stuff out of it. Although if you want to put the police stuff in it, you can.
Mm-hmm.
But your children are the ones dying in these streets on a massive level in this particular country. Okay? And you still just keep doing the same damn thing, expecting different results. So that's what you get. So ain't no need you piss, moaning, whining, and complaining, wanting to get upset at the LGBTQ community as far as what they're pushing through on their behalf in office. Okay? Because one thing about them, they're going to get what they want politically. You all still just keep giving your vote and then want to go around and gangster and bully other black people that say we don't want no parts of it because ain't nobody going to do nothing no way to do the same thing and expect different results. So every time another group gets something, because they didn't pass the Asian hate crime bill and all that, baby. And you've literally gotten nothing. Zero. Nada. You've gotten nothing when it's concerning just total black agenda. You've gotten nothing. Zero. And anything that does get pushed forward for your benefit, it's not exclusively for you. It's for the masses.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what the hell you get. So now I'm not going to get up here and down the LGBTQ community on their political power.
They got it.
Shame on you for being dumb. Okay, I'm sorry, sis. Go ahead on.
No, that's right.
I know I probably took it off the reel, but
you know, the problem is that there are so many people who are two-faced it because they're trying to elect the Speaker of the House, and Kevin McCarthy is supposed to be the head of it. And so if there's going to be stopping of anything that's going forward with all these bills to make people like you, because basically that's what they're trying to do, is make you like everybody no matter what they do. And that's retarded, because you can't make anybody like you. You can't even make anybody respect you, for that matter. But see, Kevin McCarthy used to be the senator for where I live. And I called him some years ago because they were going to put that LBG, whatever that stuff is, TQ, out there on a ballot. And my question is, what do I care? Why does it have to be that we have to vote for it? You know, if that's what they want to do, that's on them. That's not on us. Do you know he told me off? So I'm like, he's supposed to be a Republican, a conservative person. He's going to run the House. But yet, this was years ago. When he was here.
Is he a part of that community? Do you know?
Yeah, he is.
Okay, well, I could see him going off. Okay.
Yeah, he went off, and so I don't understand why we have to vote for that. Why do we have to even have it? I mean, they don't ask a married couple, can they marry? You know why? Because
that particular the LGBTQ community, they're smart as fuck politically. They are extremely, extremely savvy politically. Okay. Now, I told them where they're messing up and they're playing a dangerous game. And I'm going to get to the flip side in a minute. They're smart as fuck politically, though, overall. Because what they did was put their rights right up there with civil rights.
Yeah, they did. And they have it with the marriage of a man and a woman of a different race, interracial. And I'm like, whoa, that's exactly what they did.
And to be honest, marriage should just be marriage.
Marriage should be marriage, if that's what you want to do.
Go ahead on, because we all know in America, heterosexual couples ain't doing too well anyway.
And they don't do any better.
Yeah, that's what I was told. I was like,
they do not do any better.
So people just don't fucking get along. Purred. It don't matter whether or not you heterosexual or in same sex. People just don't get along, period. Yeah, I was told the same thing. I was told the exact same thing. So, obviously, y'all all miserable together. So, so what difference does it make?
I think it's all about the money. Because everybody has to pay to be married. You know, you got to pay them license. You got to pay that tax,
True.
Filing single, filing joint, all that kind of stuff. Getting your Social Security, all that stuff plays into.
Marriage technically is a business. Really, if you look at the history of marriage, because that shit came from Europe, far as the way it's structured, it really is a business. That's why marriage and assets go hand in hand. So I can feel the LGBTQ community. If you've been with somebody, whatever, that's your partner, and one of y'all kicked the bucket and y'all didn't built these assets together, or your partner wants your assets to go to you, and because y'all didn't have the business certificate.
Exactly.
And these other family members that didn't give a shit about you probably ostracized you for your lifestyle, your sexuality, stepping in and taking those assets. So it's definitely business involved. Make no mistake about it.
Yeah, and that's why I kind of resent them making a bill that makes people accept them no matter what, because that's going to, roll over to the Christian side of the
And it's
family.
not accepting. What do you mean by accepting?
It's considered a hate crime.
Oh, I see what you're saying. A hate crime in what way?
Well, say for instance, somebody have a graphic design a thing, and they're a Christian. Now, this is a case. This is a situation going on right now, and they're a Christian, and the LBGQ. Somebody wanted them wanted them to do something about their sexual union, celebrating it, and the person didn't want to do that. And we had somebody here in town who was sued because she didn't want to make the cake for the wedding.
Yeah, that's getting sticky because
Yeah,
that's what I'm telling you. The LBGTQ community, they're savvy as fuck politically. You can't touch them politically. They're very, very savvy. Okay, because you could turn that argument around and saying, okay, I walk my melanated ass in there and say, okay, lady, I want this cake, this, that, and the third. And either she refused to make the cake just because I'm melanated, or let's say my partner was of a different race. Well, no, I don't support interracial couples, or I don't support melanated people. That's a protected group, not the interracial couples, but me as a melanated person that falls under that civil rights. So when I tell you all that the LGBTQ community is smart as fuck, they're smart. And that's why they're going to win every time in that situation, because they put it on the same level as civil rights. They put it on the same level. Now, here's the flip side. Okay. So, Ohio, they so raggedy in Ohio, yeah. This is like the up north country state, if that makes sense. Because to me, their country is hell in Ohio. I just feel they are. They got them up north quirks about them, but still a lot of countryness to them. So they was trying to push through here was it the Title IX, which the Title IX, if I'm not mistaken, are girls being able to have
the sports.
Yeah, equal opportunities or whatever in sports.
Yeah.
So they one group was trying to push through to have trans
guys,
men compete in sports. And Ohio just was it yesterday? I think it was yesterday. They shut that shit down. And they went a step further because it was some more protections that they were trying to push through in the school system. And they just voted and struck all of that shit down. Okay?
Well, there was people who got raped.
Can't say that.
Well, they got accosted. Is that a good word?
Assaulted. Yeah, accosted, assaulted. Yeah.
Yeah, by guys that were wearing dresses in the bathroom, see? And some that had to change their clothes in the dressing room with the guys in the room. And has been the issue, that you can't delineate that, just here's a girl, here's a boy. So they don't want that like that. They don't want to have to go to the boys' bathroom with a dress on and all that kind of stuff. They want to go to the girls' dressing room with, their dress on. And so their one father got arrested because he went up there and told them to the school board that his daughter had gotten accosted.
Oh, wow.
And they threw him in jail. They in court right now. because the
Was this in
principal.
Cali?
No, it was over there in the east. I think it was
Okay,
in
in
the
the east
east
somewhere.
because I
Okay.
think one of the principals, if these are connected, committed suicide at Disneyland.
What that got to do with the
Be-
dress in the bathroom, no, sis?
because he did. They're being sued because they didn't handle it properly. When
Oh, and he
when
couldn't
the
take it. Okay.
yeah when the father told them that
That
this had
happened to that
happened
baby. Okay.
that happened to his baby, they threw him in jail because they stood with the guy.
And this is where I keep telling the LGBTQ community where you're dancing a fine line. You're dancing a very fine line because now I don't agree with a trans man that identifies as a woman. Okay. And if you want, trans women competing against women in sports. I don't agree with that.
No, it's not a fair match.
I'm sorry. So I don't care how many hormones you take, this, that, and the third. You still have a competitive advantage over women because of your testosterone.
Muscle to mass. Yeah.
Exactly. So even with you taking the hormones or whatever, you have a competitive advantage. You should not be competing in sports with women. Okay. So if you want competitiveness, the route to go is to create, a category for that. Okay. So nope, I ain't in agreement with that. And parents have a right to have an issue with that. Okay.
Yeah.
Parents have a right to not have their sons and daughters being taught the different lifestyles and the detailedness of, what it means to go from one particular gender to another, this, that, and the third. Parents have a right to have a say over that. Okay? And there was one more thing. I know.
And they got arrested for doing it. FBI is getting all involved with these parents are going ballistic at these teachers meetings with the board meetings and stuff. And they're saying
it's been pretty heated. It's definitely been pretty heated. And even with the bathroom situation, I don't agree with that. Okay? No. As women, we want to feel protected going in the bathroom. Okay?
Right.
We have a right to not share a bathroom
with the dude.
Okay? Because
you've got to go, bro.
Just because a person identifies as trans doesn't mean they hit the sex operation, all of that jazz. And how do I know that it could really be a heterosexual man being a degenerate, posing as a trans, coming in the women's bathroom, messing with people? And fact that I don't want to share a bathroom with a strange man with a penis. I don't want to do it.
I don't even want to be with a strange woman living on a man.
Right. We all be, but we're a lot more comfortable as women than with a man with a penis. It's not right. Now you are imposing on the heterosexual people. Now, again, the route to go. Now, this is all my opinion. This is my opinion. The route to go is to have separate bathrooms.
Yes, but they don't want to spend the money for that, you see.
I don't care what they want to spend. All right? Now, I know the flip side on the trans women's side is they don't feel comfortable going in the bathroom with the men. And I can understand that. Baby, I understand that. Shit. Because if I was in your position, I wouldn't want to go in there with them fuckers either. Shit. But the point being, it's not fair for women to have to share a bathroom with a man with a penis. Okay?
No.
So I don't want to be in there squatting over the toilet, handling my business, and I hear you draining, and I'd be like, what the fuck? That's not fair either. Okay? So that's the flip side of the whole LGBTQ stuff. And that's where I keep telling them that's where the hangups are. Okay. That and regarding what these children are being exposed to, what you're telling parents they have to do for their trans children, far as surgeries and all of that. I am telling you, you're gonna lose every time. Okay.
Well, yeah, that's true. And some people who have did that change to a trans have come out against it because now they're older and they see that they were too young to make the choice.
To make that decision. Yeah, I think somebody is suing their doctor.
Right.
But they were grown, so baby, you gonna have to just go head on and
eat it. That was Kaiser or somebody they're suing. Because they said that they didn't know any better at that time.
And that's why children have no business making those type of decisions.
No, they don't.
None whatsoever. And especially, I shouldn't even say, I was going to say especially in the case of men. But I guess the same would be in the case of women.
Women do the same thing.
Yeah, because I don't know what's all involved with what they need to do as women to make that transition. But for the men, baby, once it's gone, it's gone.
They get their breast cut off.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, I did a CEU. I did my CEUs on that, and it was like, holy mackerel! They do all this.
That's a lot. That's a lot, and it's a really, really serious decision. And a child, you're not mentally equipped to make that decision. It's too much.
Yeah.
It's too much. You get an adult and make that decision. And that's why as a parent, if you're trying to tell me that I have to let my child make this decision, oh no, you didn't know use a lie. That we not gonna do. Okay.
No, I think that's
now
wrong.
Once they get an adult and they want to make that decision, that's their choice. And I'm telling the LGBTQ community, that's where you're going to lose every time. Because now you are infringing on other people's rights. Okay. And I think this is an opportunity while you have the world's attention. If you're going to do it right. Okay. Because what you don't want to do is fumble it and then you lose the gains that you've gotten. Okay. And you have to hold your community accountable when you have fuckery. Okay. So all of this, shenanigans that's going on with what you feel these babies can be exposed to with the music videos. And don't get me wrong, because I call out heterosexual folks too with the fuckery. Okay, what they do and what these babies are being exposed to. I'm here to tell you, you don't get no pass from me either. It's still wrong, okay? So you have to hold your community accountable for the things that they do and how they move, all right? Because what you don't want to do is fumble it like the quote, quote, collective Black community has done. Because you don't practice any type of moral code, okay? And I'm not talking moral code as far as who you love. You know exactly what I'm talking about with moral code regarding how you should conduct yourself in front of these babies. How you treat others, okay?
Right.
And the LGBTQ community, not all of y'all, okay? Because, it doesn't work like that. But some of you have turned into downright bullies. And you think you can say anything to somebody, and then when they come with that clap back with that work, you want to scream, oh, you this phobic and that phobic. Well, what did you just call me fish and tell me your badussy is this, that over my Kit Kat? And so when I call you a bald-headed ass beard, wearing big belly ass BBL having ugly ass nigga, now I'm such and such so phobia. This is the stuff that I'm talking about. You have to gatekeep each other, hold each other accountable. When you know somebody is bullying, I don't give a fuck just because you LGBTQ plus.
It don't matter.
God damn it, if you wrong, and you need to call them out. Okay, so I am telling you once again, LGBTQ community, that's where you're making your mistakes. But from a legal standpoint, yes, totally with you. Whoever you want to marry, baby, knock yourself out. Do you? I don't have a issue with that. Love who you want to love. But all the other rules that apply to me as a heterosexual person, goddamn it, they apply to you. You ain't finna get no pass, none of that, because I'm going to be on that ass, baby. And it's not that I'm on your ass exclusively, because I'm on everybody else's ass exclusively. Right is right, wrong is wrong. I don't know why on this planet folks want to fucking play crazy because of your hoo-ha and your penis.
And that's something.
I don't give a goddamn about your hoo-ha or your penis. Right is right and wrong is wrong. So y'all trying to make this shit harder than it needs to be. And I'm going to call your ass out on it every fucking time. You don't get the right because you are transgender woman to think that you can pretty much bully and gaslight women.
And
you don't get that right. And then when we call you out on your fucked up behavior, and not all trans women, okay? Let's be clear. Not all trans women. And goddamn it, if the shoe fit, lace that bitch up and wear it. You don't get the right to then turn around and play motherfucking hurt when I light that motherfucking ass up, baby. Because contrary to popular belief, them reads that you do, you got it from a black woman, bitch. And we the master because we are the author and creator. So you're not getting a pass, okay? Same with gay men. If you out here fucking with people, bullying people, gaslighting, when we light that ass up, baby, don't come running up there talking about, oh, you this, you that. No, you get this motherfucking work. Because see, you know what's not finna happen is you can dish it out and then you can't take it. Right is right and wrong is wrong. All right, that's all. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
Well, you know, I believe in marriage. Whatever you want to do, that's on you. But what I don't believe in is them saying that children are marriageable. Like
and in their defense, that should not even be in the same conversation with the LBGTQ community, because we do know that's a problem around the world, period, with these babies not being protected.
Well, you know, I heard that California, my wonderful place, has decided that children can marry if the parents and the person agree.
At what age?
I don't know where they started, but three.
Because I mean, in Cali's defense, they still got that shit in the South, honey. You have to check the books, because I've seen some as young as 15, 16. So I'm not even gonna blame California exclusively for that.
No,
There's still
they have it in other countries
that allow that to happen.
They have it in other countries as well. I had somebody tell me a story about her sister was given to this guy at about 3 years old, and so they kept her at home and groomed her and
But that's not legal though.
Well, it is for that country.
Oh, that particular country. Yeah, but we in the US right now. Let's stick with the US.
So
because we do know a lot of sick it's sick shit that goes on all around the world with these babies, but other countries, yeah.
She ended up killing herself when she had to marry him. So, because that's not a psychological thing. You're like 16 and kissing somebody with dentures,
Baby, let me tell you something. I ain't finna fuck around and kiss nobody with dentures. So, yeah, that whole baby stuff. I don't have to debate the right and wrong of children.
No.
We don't even have to debate that. And that's be the part, just as a planet overall, people want to motherfucker play crazy. And then I got to throw my scarf on and give them this goddamn auntie cuss out. Don't fucking play with me. You know the basics of right and wrong. Children are off limit.
Period.
So I'm not going to just put that on the LGBTQ community because that's a stereotype. We know that there's degenerates across the planet, period, that does that. Right. It happens within families, all of that. So that's not even up for debate. It's not even up for discussion. It's just not. People want to play crazy, like I said, like they don't know fucking right for wrong, and I'm not having it. I'm not having it. And quite frankly, if we want to keep it all the way funky, I'm fucking sick of people talking about vaginas and penises and who doing what to whom. I'm fucking sick of it. I really am. You an adult.
I know. It's all over the TV. All over the community.
Shit. How you want to sling your P and your D, that's your motherfucking business. Long as you're not harming anyone, and that's including children, do your thing. With your nasty ass, but that's your thing. That's your thing, nonetheless. I'm sick of adults having this conversation. Wearing how they choose to have sex on their sleeve. Sir, ma'am, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, that's
it's
crazy.
Not involving me. I don't give a fuck. Grow up. And then we wonder why these babies running around here confused because the adults acting like fucking idiots.
Yeah.
I'm sick of this conversation about vagina and penis on how to use them, where, and when. I don't give a fuck. Long as you're not harming anyone, and that's including children. Knock your motherfucking self out. It's simple.
You don't need bills for that, do you?
You don't need bills for that. Why are we keep having these? I see. I'm not gonna have a conversation on how somebody choosing to sling they P and sling they D. And okay, that's pertaining to me. How? Don't pertain to me. And these are the games that are being played on this planet as the real fuck shit is going on.
Right.
Who gives a fuck? Grow up. So I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
Well, that was enough of that one.
Girl, I get so motherfucking tired of people.
I know.
Well, I identify, okay, baby, well, whatever you want me to call you. Okay, he man, she man of the world. All right, darling, do you. Yeah, I don't be giving a fuck about that. I'ma, respect you and love you regardless. It's based on how you treat me, how you rock with me, how you treat others. What the fuck is so hard about that? And if you come out of pocket with me and you want that smoke, I'm going to get that smoke back. So don't get sensitive when you done sat up here and talked about my hoo-ha, my this and my that, my that. And then when I talk about your badussy and your motherfucking stomach and your dresses and beard, don't get in your motherfucking feelings telling me I feel XYZ way. If you want to be equal, we going to be motherfucking equal, bitch. Grow up.
And I think that's what they finally said, is that they're trying to replace the female. And I say, good luck with that one. But that's what they're trying to do. I heard them.
I don't
That
give a
was the
fuck about none
synopsis.
of that.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's kind of,
If that's what they feel that they can do, and this is my thing. Let me tell you something. Let me drink my water and clear my motherfucking throat and do my me for this goddamn read. Let me tell you one thing. If you feel that I'm finna sit up here and argue and compete with a trans person about a man, baby, let me tell you one goddamn thing. I will cook a box of each individual grit separately.
I know what you're gonna do.
There's no conversation to have. Now, baby, you say what? Y'all go together. Oh, girl, you absolutely motherfucking right, sweetie. No, I don't even know what you, who? I don't know that nigga. I ain't claiming that nigga, none of that. What the fuck is there to argue about? It's stupid.
Yeah.
It's stupid and it's gaslighting. And me personally, as a woman, I got other things to be worried about. Or whether or not some man want to fuck me or they want to. No, you can't be wanting to fuck me. That's your selection. I want y'all to have a happy, wonderful life. Because if I do it with a natural born woman, what the fuck I look like making an exception for another group? It's the same thing.
It's truth.
Get the fuck out of here. I got better things to do with my time. I don't give a fuck what you want to identify with. Knock yourself the fuck out. Leave me out of it, because if you bring that bullshit to my doorstep, I'm going to put my scarf on and I'm going to cuss you plumb clean the fuck out. It's simple. We ain't got to make it complicated. None of that.
This is on and cracking.
Shit. They making it too goddamn difficult. Fuck I look like out here arguing. You standing up there in your gear. I'm in my gear arguing about a nigga. Bitch, I don't do that with a natural woman. Fuck I look like standing up. You got me twisted. Shit. All right, sis. What else you got?
Well, for privacy, I had a lot of stuff, but for privacy, they're going to have a script or conversational bots. And it's coming out soon, I think, so that when you Google something, a bot will give you the answer. So that means a lot of people are going to be out of jobs, and that they more than likely are going to be controlled enough to tell you misinformation, because it's another science that the bots are going to be able to do. Like we get that bot about sex. Well, now if you Google something about sex, they're going to have bots that answer. And they said the bots will do the research and, other people's writings and all that kind of stuff and give you the answers to it. So it's going to be like somebody, it's going to be like catfishing, really, because you're thinking you're talking to a person and it's going to be the computer, because they're starting that technology up shortly. So I'm like,
So let me make sure I understand this, because I'm trying to think of what category this fits in from a technology standpoint. So if I'm trying to search for something on Google, let's say, instead of typing it, what do I do?
You type it, but a bot will answer you.
Oh, okay. Okay, so the bot is replacing
like Wikipedia.
Engine. Yes, it's replacing the search engine.
Yeah. So I said, now that ain't gonna be nice, because you may be talking, like some people go to these dating sites. I'm into dating, right? So they go to these dating sites and they thinking they're talking to a person, and they'll be talking to a bot.
Well, shit, I'm not too sure that's not happening now.
That's true.
They'd be catfishing and chow. So, and I guess where I'm going with that is, because I understand the technology behind bots, and all it is really is bots just take what you would normally do manually and do it for you automatically. It's just programming steps that you would do manually and having them do it for you automatically. Now, if they're going to use AI, that's separate from bots. Because AI would have the ability to, and hell, they're already doing that, have the ability to create a total persona that's intelligent enough. Let's say, like you and I are having this conversation on this panel, and it would be an AI character that could literally sit on this panel with us and join us in this conversation.
Right.
Okay. So that's separate, and I'm just trying to make the audience aware of the difference in technology. Okay, so what you're describing sounds more like AI versus a bot, because all a bot is just really taking a series of steps that you would do automatically.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it will program it automatically.
Yeah, they call it a bot, but you're right, because Flora DeTrace said AI just became self-aware not too long ago.
Exactly. So that sounds more like AI. And shout out to sis Copper Color Libra. She said this troll online that it be these trolls online that be talking crazy are AI. Absolutely. That's a perfect example of AI. And another example of a bot is, you all are noticing my chat every so often
they come up.
I created a bot that say like, share, and subscribe, and then I created another bot that I think it was like let's love each other healthy something or the other, and it's literally called, I'm gonna put it up on the screen, Nightbot. That's a bot.
Oh, yeah.
So I went in the program and said, this is what verbiage I want. And I want this throughout my live stream to come up this amount of time frame. So that's a bot. So instead of me sitting here typing those things out, I created a bot to automatically do that. Okay, so Sis Copper did a great job with another example. So it could be like a troll bot coming on here with the fuckery in my comment section, arguing with other people in the chat or trying to argue with me. That's not even a bot. I apologize. That's AI.
AI, yeah.
Okay, because they've taken AI so far. That, and shout out to Lovely T. She was the first one I heard talk about this a couple of years ago before it hit the scenes, where they are integrated AI into music to the point where they've created AI artists. Okay, which is putting regular artists on, putting them on notice. Okay. So that's the difference between AI and bots. Yeah, I believe it's been here too, Wolf. Because if we want to get real funky with it, to me, this is my personal opinion, this realm has had a lot of AI in it for quite a long time. Okay. They're just bringing it to the forefront now. So, okay, so I'm sorry, sis. Go ahead. You guys.
There's Dr. Carson. He was on America's Voice, and he said, this is about money. He said they're going to have a bank as called Old Glory, that is digital in Oklahoma, and they're starting that up. And he and Larry Elder, you remember Larry Elder? He was running for office.
Larry Elder.
I think he was
Oracle. Is that the guy that started Oracle?
I don't know. He was a news something or something like that. I don't know. I didn't listen to him too much, but he ran for office and he didn't make it too far. But I've only seen him a couple of times, but I know who she's speaking of. But they're going to be chairman of the boards and stuff. He said this bank in Oklahoma has been there for 109 years. So he said, and you won't have to pay fees, and you don't even have to go to the bank, but it's going to be a physical bank in Oklahoma. And you'll have your money on a card that you'll be able to carry with you. So I was just wondering if that is going to be an alternative to their reset for credits, carbon credits, and what they call them, universal credits.
Let me try to look this up because I don't want to lie on this man before I go in on him.
Well, he was
because it's the same script. Now, what's his name again?
Ben Carson. You know him. He was the with Trump.
Oh, yeah, he can go fuck himself. Okay, okay. I was just trying to make sure. Ben Carson's, and it's a digital bank.
Yes.
Yeah, he can go fuck himself. Yeah, let's go on and sis, you up on it. Let's go on and read this. Cause see, I'd like to be fair to people before I can go in, so he can go fuck himself. Which just in general, okay? Cause he just weird to me. He's done some questionable stuff. But let's see what Blood is saying.
You know, he really took those people out of Illinois. Where that what was that name? Little Egypt, right there where that eclipse is supposed to be in 2024. There was people there. What's the name? Cairo.
Oh, Cairo, Illinois. Did you say
Cairo,
Egypt?
Illinois.
And I was trying to rack my brain, sis.
I don't remember that word. Cairo saved my life.
You cool? Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. So he was the Secretary of Health, whatever, and he was the one who moved those people off of that property. Where they had ghosts and all that kind of stuff.
Oh, that ghost town.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so I just pulled this from the Journal Record, and it's called Rural Oklahoma Bank Gets New Name as It Goes Digital Nationwide. Damn, all this stuff, y'all, this digital stuff, they've been hitting us hard this month in December. Okay, This article came out December 13th. A bank in Elmore City is on course to begin providing digital banking services across the country. Backed by supporters, including former Oklahoma Governor Mary Fallon Christensen and former U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. That's what he was, sis. Yep, the Department of Housing and Urban Development Secretary, Dr. Ben Carson. The bank, First State Bank of Elmore City, located in Garvin County, about 60 miles south of Oklahoma City, is to get a new name, Old Glory Bank, as it launches into a new era in its history, according to a release from Old Glory Holding Company. According to the release, regulatory requirements already have been met for the purchase of First State Bank, and the emerging Old Glory Bank will be chartered, and it's going to be FDIC insured. So, baby, that already tells me it's part of a system.
Yeah. Well, he said it wasn't going to be like a bank like Wells Fargo. They had Wells Fargo in the back. But that's what he said. So I'm trying to figure out how that's going to work, because it's all these banks are rolling into the one entity, with Carl Schwab, or whatever his name is, and with the Davos Group, and with the global ESG credits, and the UN and all that kind of stuff. But he, I don't know how that was going to protect anybody, to have your card in your pocket instead of in your hand, or like a chip. But he said you'll have it in your pocket, and he reached for his pocket, I think, when he did that, instead of being identified with that chip that they're planning on putting in people.
Mm-hmm. And see that's. Let me get through this, and I'm gonna tell you what his con is, okay? Because you just gave me what his con is. It is set to begin offering banking and financial services in the first quarter of 2023. I can't motherfucking make this up. I kept telling y'all 2023, they finna roll out this digital currency.
Yeah.
Carlson, listed as a co-founder, stockholder, and member of the board of directors of Old Glory Holding Company, said the bank will provide services to lower and middle income Americans and those that other banks have marginalized and ignored. Other members of the board of directors include the Fallon Christensen, a former two-term Oklahoma governor, radio and TV host Larry Elder, marketing executive Tony Deisty, and influential free speech proponent Dan Snyder. Clay, managing partner at Christensen Law Group and the current CEO of First State Bank, is slated to join the board of directors of Old Glory Bank. Old Glory Executive Chairman William Shine is the former co-president of Fox News and president of Fox Business News. According to the release, over the past 18 months, the bank's leadership team has built infrastructure and partner. See, y'all ain't finna pull one over moi, but I'm gonna keep on reading this bullshit. Has built infrastructure and partnered with technology providers in preparation for the launch of a digital-first bank to serve people nationwide. With the aid of cutting-edge digital technology, we will export this bank's hometown. This bullshit in this article is so deep, it's sickening. We will export this bank's hometown values across the country, said Bennett Brown, Old Glory's bank's senior regulatory officer. The bank will brand itself as being in strong support of the flag, patriotism, the military, first responders, and other core American values. People used to select a bank that was closest to their home. Now, with our great mobile banking, they can choose the bank that is closest to their identity, said Robert Hallford, Old Glory Bank's chief financial officer. All right, so this is off the Journal Record. Rural Oklahoma Bank gets new name as it goes digital nationwide. And this article came out a couple days ago. Let me tell you something. Here's the hustle. Here's the hustle. This ain't nothing but a PR stunt / social engineering to get low-income people to buy into the digital currency world. That's all this is. Okay.
Add
the patriots to it also. People that's into patriot and all of that.
They're all melanated, I think.
Yeah, okay, well, because, they threw the Old Glory and all of that. I don't know too many melanated people that's about that Old Glory life. When they talk about Old Glory and patriotism, I think of that whole patriotism movement and group. But I'm sorry, go ahead.
I wasn't sure if that was what the Confederate flag was called at one time, Old Glory. I was like, that sounds so familiar.
Probably was. Somebody in the comments can clear it up if the Confederate flag was called Old Glory, or was that really the American, what we're calling the American flag today. But nonetheless, that this is the hustle. Okay? That's the hustle. It's just to get that portion of the population on to accepting digital currency. That's all this is. So all they got to do is, get somebody that claim they into patriotism, all of that, throw the motherfucking flag up in there talking about Old Glory, throw core American values, and I need you to help me understand, how is digital currency tied into core American values? See, they know how to play on folks' intellect.
Well, it is Oklahoma, and Tulsa is where we had our biggest banks other than New York. That was all the melanated people were the sheriff.
And hence why I said who this is geared towards. I said, not that I should be saying low income is exclusively to melanated people.
Right.
But low income folks and patriarch group. Okay? And yes, it's symbolic for them to put it in Oklahoma because, we know the story where the freed blacks, or the freed men, and the American Indians went to Oklahoma and set up shop. Okay?
And they put their money in that bank.
Right, which was what? The freedman's bank, right?
Bank. Uh-huh.
Okay. So yeah, they're just running a different script, but they're running it in the digital world. Okay? They're running it because they are going to stand up digital currency in 2023. This ain't about no American values. This ain't about, getting low income people, letting them have bank accounts, getting the patriarchs who's so concerned about American values. This bank ain't about that. It's about getting that population to buy into digital currency.
So giving the energy to it for it to work.
Yes. To make it a more smooth and easy transition from moving people from paper to digital / ether.
Right.
So they're full of shit, basically, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Okay. So Ben Carson, your Black European ass, I see you. You ain't slick. You didn't do shit for melanated folks when you was the head of HUD.
Oh, that's the one, HUD family stuff.
Yeah, because that's what he was head of, HUD at the federal level.
Right.
So, and you ain't fencing to do shit now. Okay? You are a gatekeeper, sir. You are a Black European gatekeeper. So you ain't fooling me, baby. And you just so happen to partner up with, as a part of your script, you partnered up with a right-wing Republican to bring that other base into the fold. I see the shit for what it is. See, you can maybe fool your motherfucking audience about with this bullshit, but see, we about that life over here. We already know the technology you're talking about is a part of the same worldwide digital currency system. We already know that this same digital first bank that you're talking about is going to be ran through the Federal Reserve Central Bank digital currency. We already know that the transactions will be ran through the BIS.
IMF.
BIS, the International Settlement.
Yeah.
Okay, it ultimately rolls up to the IMF. But I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
See, I think to me, what gave it away is the FDIC.
But people don't be comprehending. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. I really didn't have to read no more to this article. Okay? So, go on with that bullshit, okay, bruh? And they're not doing anything because we over here actually do research. We're like actually about that life. Yeah. And all people are going to have access to digital currency. That digital currency and them bank accounts are going to be linked directly to the Federal Reserve / Central Bank. So they're not doing anything that's not already planned. So, and they even went as far to say that's even people that's receiving benefits, Social Security and all of that. That's going to run through the digital system. So everybody already going to have access to these digital bank accounts.
They're pretty much digital already.
Yeah, they are. But the only thing is cash will be going away. That's what I keep trying to get y'all to understand. So that means if, I mean, like, okay, sis, I need you to do my locks for me. And how you want me to pay you? You'd be like, okay, girl, just go on and get some cash. All that shit finna be out the door, baby.
Well, they can't control it and they can't track that.
Exactly. Bingo. So you ain't finna hustle on the side with your little hair stuff, with your little selling the little dinners. Okay? And since y'all, most of the American public so fascinated know hoo-ha and penis, you ain't gonna be able to sell that without being taxed.
You can't lay on your back free no more.
Right. You gonna run, the government, them they ends. So you better start raising your prices. Shit. Accommodate for that. That's what this is about. They're not doing anything special. This was already planned. Everybody will have access to digital banking, okay? That is actually one of the selling points that they're giving to these smaller nations. As a matter of fact, that's one of the selling points that they were given to folks over in India. The same spiel. The same exact spiel. So Black European ass being Carson, you can go on up the street with that baby. You ain't sliding this one over on me. But that was a good drop, sis. That was a good drop. Because they've been hitting us hard this month with this digital currency stuff. They've been hitting it hard. And 2023, they're really gonna, I'm gonna really be doing back to back updates on these different nations, rolling it out or quote piloting it. So that's all that is. He ain't slick.
Yeah, well, you know what? I think that if anybody can rescue folks from that digital stuff, is they're gonna have loads of money to start a bank. But they're gonna probably confiscate all the dollar bills and burn them and stuff,
Well, they'll do like they did with the gold, and like they did over in India, where they woke up one morning, and the government made an announcement.
Oh yeah, I remember.
Yeah, that they were taking that certain currency out of circulation, and they had so many days to trade it in, and then they forced people to get actual bank accounts. That's exactly how they're going to do it now. Difference is the U.S. One thing about Americans about that life. We raggedy. Don't get me wrong. We are raggedy as a collective. Yeah, I'm not going to deny that. Yeah, we raggedy. We are raggedy. But as far as about that life, when we're fed up, child, Americans will show their ass. Okay? So the approach they're going to take is they're going to start bribing people. Because if that psychological game that Black European being Carson is trying to use with that group don't work, then what they're going to start doing is, okay, for every $100 of paper currency that you turn in, we'll give you $50 digitally. So therefore, if you turn in $100 into your digital wallet will show $150. Mark my word. That's the strategy they're going to go. Okay? Because it's not going to take them much to convince the middle class. It's not going to take them much to convince them. Who's going to lose the most? Because the middle class will lose their freedom. And let's be quite clear, the middle class, for the most part, as a collective, they don't give a fuck about their freedom. Matter of fact, they always
keep voting crazy.
Exactly. They vote not to motherfucking be free. Okay?
I know it.
So the groups that they're going to be targeting are the lower income, the quote, melanated people, and the patriots.
Right.
Because that group give no fucks about the government. The patriots, they all about their freedom. Go fuck yourself. I don't want you to tell me what to do, this, that, and the third. And the other groups are like, nah, fuck that. I need to have my hustle on. Because every day I'm hustling. They about their hustle. Their cash money, their cash transactions. Okay? So that group is going to make a bigger stink. All right? So that's when they're going to use the bribery tactics. Okay? And if we've learned anything with history, throw some coins in front of somebody and people do some strange things for some change.
They still doing it.
Okay? So that's just my prediction. But that's what that particular article about. His Black European gatekeeping ass. You ain't fooling me, baby. I already know what you're trying to do. That's exactly what you're trying to do. So
yeah, you know that FTX dude. He's they've arrested him for his cryptocurrency being busted, and they had I think they estimate about $30 billion is lost to the people who invested. So, you know, like CC Manus, land, rice, tobacco, sugar, gold, and silver. You know, these tangible items is the only thing that really mean anything to most people.
And BULLETS. Okay, I'm gonna say it for censorship purposes, and to be really honest, that's why I say Americans, we raggedy. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to dispute it. We raggedy as fuck. Now don't get me wrong. But who gonna set it off in this motherfucker? I done told y'all. It's gonna be the hills and the hoods, and I'm including in the hills the patriots. They about that life. And that's who they're really afraid of. Because the hood and the hills, and I'm including the patriots in the hills, they don't mind that BULLETS action.
Right. But
that's what America was built on. Don't ever forget it.
Yeah. I have the second half of that Trump thing I gave you last week about the court, but I didn't send it to you. I didn't send it to you because I just got it and I was reading through it. So the thing is, the only way we're going to, well, they are, the Patriots, going to get around their ends is with those BULLETS, or this Supreme Court is going to be more justly ran than all these lower courts who have refused to hear anything because these people are violating law. They're lawless folks now we have at the helm. And they don't care about any law. They care about their emotions. They care about their feelings. It's all about what I want to do, and I want to do this, and this is the way I'm going to do it, and you can't stop me. So unless we have somebody who doesn't care about the extra $50, because that's all that's buying these people we have in government now is the extra $50.
Yeah, and I'm going to just take it back a step further to just remind the fam. Remember when folks was talking out the side of their neck? And see, I just love how people talk the shit, but then you don't remember the shit that you talk at it. But I remember. I remember quite well. Because when people was running around here telling folks that they had to take the hoochie coochie and they was going to lock you up and they was going to beat your motherfucking ass, this, that, and the third, 4, 5, and 6. And I told you all then, I said, so basically, they're going to go against my universal rights. Is that what you telling me?
Yeah.
Yeah, they going to lock people up 4, 5, 6. I said, oh, okay then. I said, no. You allow them to bully you, mind fuck you, gaslight you, punk you out, to consciously consent to that shit.
Exactly, with fear.
And what happened? It was just a small portion. And who made up most of that small portion and say, go fuck yourself today, tomorrow, and in the future? I don't give a fuck. Not taking your hoochie coochie.
I hear that.
It was the hood and the hills. And what wind up happening? All of that legislation, they had the Supreme Court came out and said it's unconstitutional to make people do that. I just saw this week where even at the federal level,
it is.
They had to reverse all of that shit. Tell even the federal level, you can't make, just because folks work for the feds, take that hoochie coochie. But I fucking told y'all that was going to happen.
Right.
You always have to remember universal law.
Exactly.
They cannot go against your consent. Because when they go against your consent, they got to take that universal karma. That's why they're going to be trying to sweet talk nothings in the ear of the hood and the hills, baby.
And they did.
Even with this digital stuff, they're going to try to sweet talk the hood and the hills. Because the hood and the hills is very, very skeptical. They don't fuck with the government like that. They side-eye the government. Get the fuck out my face, bro. I really don't know you like that. The patriarchs like, you don't need to tell me what to do. This, that, and the third, 4, 5, and 6. It's those two groups. That's always going to be the resistance.
Do you know they declared them the enemy of the state? The Patriots?
Yeah, I could see that. And you think the Patriots give a fuck?
Nope. Nope. I just sit back and
They
watch.
don't give a fuck. Because they still gonna do what they do. You ain't gonna take their motherfucking guns away from them. Shit, I shouldn't have said that. You ain't finna take their arms away from them. None of that. They just here in Ohio, once again,
they try
within the city limits of Columbus, tried to do some arm restriction. And it got to the state level, and they was like, go fuck yourself. No.
New York did it too.
Because the hood and the hills, they not having it. The middle class, you could tell them any fucking thing. Because in their eyes, the hood, oh, we're so this, and we're so that, and we're so this. They fall for any of the bullshit. But the hood do use basic logic when it comes to the government. Now, I wish the hood would wake the fuck up and hold each other accountable, because you'll be a fucking force to reckon with when you do that.
Mm-hmm.
But as far as the hood concerned, they ain't trying to hear shit the government got to say, unless the government is giving them something. That's the only way the hood is gonna fold. But in the hood's motherfucking defense, as far as that hoochie coochie, I take my fucking hat off to them. Because they didn't give a goddamn it, they was offering herb, blunt, phones, money. And for the most part, the hood was like, shit, I don't give a fuck. I still ain't doing XYZ. Yeah, girl, the free ooh-wee, all that. And I know some people were sitting there, was probably down to their last, running low on their funds, and thought, you know what, still fuck that. So that's what's going on.
And they do not have to turn in. They B-U-L-L, how you spell it?
Huh? Oh, B-U-L-L-E-T-S.
They do not have to turn in their stuff.
Let me tell you something. The hood ain't finna, first of fucking all, they shit ain't documented in the hood. Come on now, what the fuck we think we playing with?
If it was. You know, they're trying to talk about, I mean, he really going, I'm going to do this. I know. Well, you need to stop making them false flags, first of all. And he followed in the suit, in the steps of Obama. And I don't know if you remember that Bush Jr. bought coffins, thousands and thousands and thousands of coffins. Mm-hmm. You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
So what are they going to use those coffins for?
And here's my thing. Who gives a fuck?
Well, I'm telling these people just to think. I mean, because
here's my thing with that, sis. Okay, you know, I am my parents' child, and you know, don't sell me no motherfucking wolf tickets, nigga. If you bout that life, you bout that life, okay? So what the fuck that's supposed to mean? I mean, really, okay, and?
Yeah.
And I'm saying this because these are the psychological games that they play.
And they do it all the time.
But what I'm telling you is the hills and the hood don't give a fuck.
I know, but
we've been hearing that for decades on how such and so didn't purchase this, and they gonna do that, and XYZ 4, 5, and 6, and I'm telling you that the hood and the hills don't give a fuck, and I'm right with them. I don't give a fuck about none of that, what they talking.
Yeah, I know.
I still say no.
I do too.
shit. No means no.
I know that's right.
You have to be the one to say, okay, no means. So you telling me, motherfucker, I'm telling you no. So you telling me you gonna make me fucking do it anyway. I want you to put it on record in the motherfucking ethers that you're making me do something that I do not consent to. See, you all have to be smarter. Stop letting these people punk you.
If you don't remember your history, you're bound to repeat it.
You are the collective. This realm's supposed to move the way the fuck you say it move. So why would you do something that do not benefit you?
Right.
So they always gonna threaten and try to punk you and this, that, and the third, 4, 5, and 6. And if the hoochie coochie didn't teach you anything, it should have taught you to stand on your square.
They don't mean you good.
I told y'all they were gonna back down. I told y'all that it was going to be about consent. Now, if everybody would have just sat back, kumbaya, my lord.
They said take it.
We would all be having to be lined up, taking the upgrade of this, upgrade of that, upgrade of this. But the motherfucking hood and heels, baby, said, I don't give a fuck, nigga. The answer is no. And now people are going back. I told you, people were going to go back and start suing them jobs that made people pack their motherfucking bags, XYZ. Now they suing their ass.
Right.
Because they got that Supreme Court ruling behind them. But I fucking told y'all. They can't, so what you saying, you finna tie me down and put something in my motherfucking body? You gonna violate my motherfucking body? Go against my motherfucking consent? I told y'all.
I wouldn't even let them do the swab up my nose. I said, now, if I got to see a doctor and I got to have a swab put up my nose to prove I don't have it, I'll forget that doctor. I don't need to see you.
Again.
Because they all doing that kind of stuff. I said, forget that.
You are supposed to be controlling the realm.
El Sheba. Yep.
Okay.
You are.
I'm not putting out this information about what's going on in the financial world for the hell of it. I'm putting it out there for awareness, to give you a heads up, for you to understand what's going on. But you make a choice. You make a choice. And even what you're supposed to be doing on a conscious level, if you're being forced that that's your only option, you are supposed to be consciously saying, you're putting me in a situation against my will that's fucked up and I do not consent to it.
Yeah.
That's what you're supposed to do.
It's truth.
You don't need the middle class, okay, to wake up to get it. I already told y'all got the numbers that you need.
1%.
To flip the shit. Because the hood and the heels ain't fucking going for it. They ain't gonna go. Okay?
You know, they talking about prosecuting and arresting some folks, the main characters. I'll be laughing. And now they're trying to defend them as hate speech if you say that. And I'm like, they'll get theirs because they violated international law, universal law. So they'll get it. Even in the other countries, they know it's all, bad.
Well, I know in Europe, I can't really speak on right now because they haven't made it public enough on this digital currency stuff for it to really seek in to people. So we're going to have to see 2023, once they start really bringing it out, how the rest of the public is going to react. But just based on the hoochie coochie stuff, the world, they wasn't fucking having it. It was just, and it was only a small portion of the population, but it was enough that it shook them. You are supposed to be running this realm.
Right.
Okay? If they're not doing what's in your best interest, why the fuck you allowing them to make those decisions?
Well, they never have. Everything they give you, you got to pay back in spades twice as much, or not 3 times as much. So they've never given you anything. And I don't understand why people think they're giving them anything. So, our people need to get, and a lot of people need to get common sense, because this is the time you're going to see lots more people in demise, because it's peaking. And I've been listening to a lot of information about this peak that was supposed to be in these few months, in November and December, and they're peaking, on the immune system. So, I'm in the science part of it. So, I'll be watching, and the numbers are staggering. The numbers are staggering, but it's going to be more, and I done lost some too, because they won't listen.
That's their choice. They made that choice.
And I can't do anything about it.
It's not for you to do.
My friend, her and her son are sick, and she said, "You didn't get anything, did you? You didn't take it, did you?" And I said, "Nope." She said,
Because I know pretty much everyone I know that took it got it.
Yeah.
But that ain't none of my problem, none of my concern. They made a choice. Just like I made a choice, fuck you yesterday, fuck you today, and fuck you in the future. So I'm not concerned about what other people do. I'm not concerned about what the majority do. I understand how energy works. I said fucking no, and I meant what I fucking said. You know how this gonna roll. You do something against my will, against my consent, you already know what's coming, player. So this ain't about fear tactics. This is about aware tactics. And this is why when I talk to you all about creating the world you want to live in, I mean that shit. And you cannot do that if you are in the state of what they gonna do, or what they gonna do. I don't give a fuck. What I do is I'm looking at above the board. Okay, I see you trying to be nickel ass slick. Okay. As long as you stay on their board, you're playing their game.
That's right.
That's not a creator standpoint. Flip that motherfucker over and build you a new board. And hell, it don't even have to be a board. Build what the fuck you want to build. I don't give a fuck what they say. I said what the fuck I said. And I don't consent. End of story. All right. So who the fuck is next? I went, goddamn it, I done cussed out Ben Carson. And they had to put the LGBTQ community up on game. Get your shit together. Okay? And cussed out the motherfucking government in the system. Who's next? Shit.
Well, actually, the last one was the 19 keys. Rashid Tariq Rashid, yeah, that's his name. They have a similar platform. I was listening to these young men. Tariq Rashid, he's the one who wrote The Color Purple.
Child, you wait a minute. Okay,
Colors,
Tariq,
colors,
wait a minute.
colors.
Let me get her together.
Colors, not
You,
color purple,
girl,
colors.
you didn't butchered the man's name. Cause I'm like, is she talking about Tariq Nasheed?
Yeah,
Child, baby, she done said
colors.
you done made the motherfucking Color Purple by Alice Walker. She meant Hidden
No, no, no,
Colors,
no.
baby.
I
Tariq
walked away from my.
Nasheed, sis. Okay,
Yeah,
we got the identity together. Child, you know how we are. We get our
he slapped
moments.
me if he heard that.
Okay,
wrote,
so
he
now
wrote
what he
colors.
say now, sis? Now what's going on?
Well, they were talking about voodoo and fundamental Black American, calling us the foundational Black America. Let me get my notes so I don't get this wrong. I walked up
Damn
to.
shit. Cause I'm telling you, FBA people don't come in my shit with the bullshit. Cause I'm gonna block you. Cause I don't give a fuck about that. Whatever you want to do you. Go on and have at it. But I do want to get y'all shit straight, okay? And
What,
be motherfucking fair. So
you
get your little
know,
documentation together, sis.
yeah. So what I was saying about them is they were pretty good. Tariq Nasheed, they were talking about ancestral magic, voodoo,
Mm-hmm.
reparations, and just the fact that we were here before anybody got here in Columbus and the rest of them, and what just what we talk about. And I thought that was pretty good because they're on a lower age group than we are,
Mm-hmm.
and so they're more to the male melanated younger people,
Mm-hmm.
and they were out there talking about they can create their own existence and all this and all the history of what happened with voodoo and who did what to hoodoo. And they have there he's on a website. He has his own website, just like Brother Lex and
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
uh, Harry Mayo, with their conversation.
Mm-hmm.
And they're successful young men. And some of them came out of Dr. Muhammad,
Mm-hmm.
Elijah Muhammad teaching, because I think I don't know which one that was.
Mm-hmm.
The key 19 Keys. I think he's the one who came out of that because he had his little dashiki type
Okay,
hat on
yeah, I
his
don't even
head.
know who that is, but okay.
No, I never heard of him before. Somebody sent me the video of it and
Yeah,
I
and it
looked at
doesn't
it.
matter just because I ain't heard of him. It doesn't
It's
matter.
called Hidden Histories. That's what his thing is about. He was
Mm-hmm.
talking about the history of this country. One of the things is I had problems with is trying to teach the people I know about our history and what we do on this show here. And it was really kind of good to hear some young men speak it to the young men.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
They come from the hood, but they made it, and they're telling them how they made it out, and how, like Tariq Nasheed with colors, how he financed that.
Mm-hmm.
And he's been in the business for 10 years doing movies and things. So I
Mm-hmm.
thought that I listened to it. I was really impressed, and I was like, yeah, this is pretty cool, especially for my young men that are in my life. That would be perfect for them. I just sent the videos to them to let them see that we do have the ability to create our existence. And you have to put your purpose on your heart and really go there. So when you just said that you have to create where you what you want.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And we already, Black folks already created what we have now.
Yeah, we got to correct.
We already created what we have now. But the point is well taken. If you want something, go build it. End
Right.
of story. And that is the men's job. Go build. Go build where it's in your best interest, your benefit for you and your family and your legacy. If
Yeah, they
people
were
put
really good.
more time into that instead of worrying about they, that, them, they would be in a better position. So good for them.
I think we have to start loving ourselves. And that's one of the reasons that our young men are so angry, because they don't love themselves because of the indoctrination they've gotten in this culture. And they need to really, really hear other people other than their mama or their auntie or their cousin. You know, sometimes they just need to follow other young men who can tell them the same thing that we're talking about.
Shit, they would spend some game. Good for y'all. Shit.
Yeah.
Good for y'all. That's what men are supposed to be having that conversation. Y'all supposed to be uplifting, because contrary to popular belief, Black women, we do have those conversations with each other.
Yeah, we do.
We do have a support sisterhood. Now, you know, of course, the flip side of that, there's some bullshit ass shit. But most Black women have a circle, a solid circle sisterhood. So Black men, that's exactly what you're supposed to be doing. And personally, I don't want to be in y'all's motherfucking man business. Go man positively. Shit.
Yeah.
Goddamn it, go build something. Pick up a hammer, swing a hammer, build. Plan, build. Absolutely. That is what they're supposed to be doing. So shout out to them. How else are these young men going to know what even the semblance of ideal of what they're supposed to be doing if they don't see it?
Exactly.
I'm never going to be against that. Do y'all thing. Shit, go on and man in a positive way. Shit. So kudos to you all. Keep having those conversations. Okay? Live by example. Show these young men by example. So that's a wonderful thing.
Yeah, it was. I was like,
because
really
this
impressed.
Victimhood shit, no, that's not where it's at. That's not where it's at. And we've put young Black men in a very defeatist state with this victimhood.
Crazy.
And the men, you have to be the example to the younger men. And I'm going to keep it funky with you like I always do. Even if you're not at the point where you want to be in your life. I'm not trying to say that you got to be all up here. You know, you got XYZ, this, that, and the third. Keep it to them raw. Be honest with them. Talk to them about the mistakes that you made. These men should not have to make the same mistakes that you done made. You been there, done that, you got the motherfucking t-shirt. Now, whether or not they gonna listen to you is a different story, but at least you put it out there. That's what men are supposed to do. Shit. So I'm all in support of that. I ain't never gonna be against that. Now, we may not agree on religion. We may not agree on reparations and all that. We may not agree on identity. I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
I push all that motherfucking shit to the side. Y'all go off and goddamn go man. Man it up, like Wolf say. Man it up. So shout out to y'all. Have those real conversations. Be honest. It's our responsibility to build up these babies. Okay? So kudos. Kudos to the men for having those types of conversations. And I'm finna give y'all a hand clap. I ain't never finna fucking be against this. Okay? That's really a good thing.
Wholeness and power.
Hey, Brother Sean, just let me
Hey,
just
Brother
say this
Sean.
real quick. And women, you stay out of their motherfucking business. Shit. I'm telling you now, don't come in there and serve your motherfucking, well, you should do this. And you stay the fuck out the men's business. Let them man it up. Let them go on and handle their business. So shout out to y'all. Go on and handle your business. All right. Peace and love, Brother Sean. How are you?
I'm good. I'm just listening to you.
Peace and love, bro.
Hey, Sis Sandra.
Hey.
I'm just listening.
Voice, brother.
Likewise.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw you in there. You snuck in a long time ago.
Yeah, I saw him in there. I figured he had stuff to do, this, that, and the third.
Yeah, it's finishing up.
Yeah, I understand. No worries. But that's good. That's real good, sis. I'm so glad. Okay.
That was something positive.
No. It wasn't about you talking positive. I'm glad that the men are starting to do what they need to do. And you know, if you want women off your ass, get up and man. Shit, I don't have a problem with that. Go on and man positively. Okay, go on, do your thing. Okay. Do you?
Hey, sis.
Yes, sir.
Let's be honest. And fellas, listen up.
Oh Lord. I don't know what he's about to say now.
Your ass always gonna be a half a second away from being in the doghouse. You let her take care of what's going on in the house. Don't argue with her about what color this gonna be or where she want this or where
right, because I'm gonna do what the fuck I want to do anyway. But continue.
No, you just do that shit. She tell you she wants something done. I don't care if you just painted the room another color a couple days ago. If she wants that color changed,
we ain't that bad. Now I resent that on behalf of women. God damn it, shit. We at least let the shit up stay up for 6 months. We may complain about that last color for 6 months, but continue. Go ahead.
But the bottom line is, you change that shit whenever she want to change,
or pay somebody to change it. Shit.
No. You better learn to do that shit in this day and age. Can't nobody afford to be paying no other motherfuckers. You don't want you don't want other motherfuckers in your house. You don't know what type of energy another motherfucker bringing in your shit.
Swing a hammer, huh?
I can build a house from the ground up and tear it back down and rebuild it again.
All right, then. Come on through. Shit.
Hey, I learned back in the days, before you had these power tools, I learned landscaping with that little push lawnmower and that little swing blade. They didn't have the weed whackers.
That shit is dangerous. I think of it as a sensual, but yeah.
Yeah, sickle. But I done all that shit before they had these lifts to lift you up. You used to have to build the scaffold, climb up, and when you're done, you got to take it down on your way back down. All that type of shit. I mean, I done done it all. But you gotta listen to your woman, fellas. If you want any type of peace at home,
it's true.
You gotta listen.
Because we're going to give you hell and then throw you out. But continue.
I mean, that's the only way you get your man cave. She got to have all the rest of the house the way she wanted, and you get your man cave. It's that simple. We're relegated to caves. Can't be mad about it because you get the best. You get the best of everything. You get home cooked meals. You come home to a clean house. This, that, or the other. And yeah, you're supposed to participate in the cooking and cleaning as well.
Oh, Brother Sean. Indian Carter said that shit is from the 60s.
Yeah, that's what he said, Vice Brother.
Yeah, but that's when families was sticking together. That's when motherfuckers knew what a goddamn family was. And you wasn't just coming around just fucking with nobody on no punk shit.
Oh, no bullshit. That's true.
You wasn't coming around seeing nobody's daughter. Your friend wasn't letting you see his sister because he knew what type of motherfucker you was because he hanged with you.
Yeah.
I mean, it was just all type of rules and shit back then. It's just certain shit you knew what to or what not to do, whether that shit was written down or not.
True that. And how did you know that, Brother Sean? As I sip on my water.
Hey, that's the way we was taught.
Because
That's
you
what
saw
we
it by
saw.
example. Exactly.
I saw it. If she wasn't happy, the house wasn't gonna be happy. Wasn't nobody getting no rest. You wasn't gonna eat on time. It was just all type of shit that was just gonna throw your whole motherfucking day just completely the fuck off.
Right.
And I learned that watching my uncles and my grandfather and my father. I suffered because of other motherfuckers' stupidity. So I'm
Exactly.
like, I'll be damned if I'm gonna continue that stupidity. Oh no. You get all that bullshit out in the world. When you come home, that's the place you're supposed to be able to motherfucking rest.
That's supposed to be your sanctuary. I totally
Yeah,
agree.
exactly. But if you stupid enough to make your sanctuary a war zone, that's on your dumb ass.
That's on your dumb ass. That's so true.
I mean, but I digress.
No, great discussion. Great discussion. So I mean, shout out to those men, and shout out to men in general that get it.
Yeah.
I know that in this day and age, it may be very hard to see a lot of men that get it. But resonate with the ones that do, and just be that example. And when you see those youngins, and if there's an opportunity for you to spit honest, true game to them, spit honest, true game to them. Okay? Because what you don't want to do is turn around and participate in the fucked up degeneracy and think that that's not going to impact you, and you're not going to get the karma, that the associated karma that goes with it. Okay? We all have a responsibility to play. And specifically, if this was happening in the individual families, we wouldn't even need those group of young men on having that conversation on Tariq's particular platform to have to run that shit down to these men, because it would have been taught through their daddies, their uncles, their granddaddies, them. Because see, now we're to the point where black men know the street code, but you don't know the man code. And you know what? I'm finna back that up. You know what? I'm finna fucking back that up.
They don't even know the street code.
You know what? And I shit like I know the street code, like I'm about that life. But I'm finna be real honest with you. Street dudes got more man code than regular motherfucking men and ain't in the streets.
Yeah.
That's how far the shit has sunk.
I would say used to, because there was.
Yeah, I can't talk about today. True.
Back in the day. I mean, it was certain motherfuckers that was off limits. If we knew that certain motherfuckers had potential to do better, and get out of there,
they not gonna have you in them.
They off limits.
Yep, they off limits. Yep.
You don't fuck with them. They come and go as they please. You don't sell them no drugs. You don't buy them no alcohol. Nothing. You make sure their ass stay in the book. They need some food, you fucking feed them. If they need some clothes, you put some goddamn clothes on their back. They need a ride to school, you get them to motherfucking school. There were certain motherfuckers you looked out for. You told the streets, that's off limits. In fact, women and children were off limits, period. Or if a motherfucker ain't in the game, He is civvy. In other words, a civilian. He ain't in the game. You don't fuck with civilians because that bring the laws down. You get to doing stupid shit, you fucking with the way that everybody eat. And that's why the street used to handle street business. Because you bringing down the heat on every motherfucking body. Not just you. You bringing it down on every motherfucking body. You fucking with everybody eats.
That
but
makes
now
sense.
Motherfuckers don't care. It's just the wild, wild west. And back in the day, there were certain streets that you didn't fucking operate on. Look, business is over here. You don't take that shit over there. It don't belong over there with the kids and shit at. We keep that shit over here. Now motherfuckers just do anything, anywhere. Ain't no code.
Yeah.
Nothing no more.
Yeah.
No respect.
Yeah, no respect. Yeah, why everything is fucked up. So, you know, shout out to those young men and men. Y'all gotta clean up your shit. Like women gotta clean up their, our shit. And, in women's defense, we are doing that. Okay. And so shout out to the men. And I am. Cause I got my foot on a nigga's neck in a minute. What you say, nigga? Now you blank a little bit too disrespectfully. I don't give a fuck. I saw that eyelash twist. Disrespectfully. I'm always in the man's shit. But I am seeing exactly. I am seeing some men be like, no, that's not cool. That's what you have to do. Okay? That's what you have to do. All right. So good stuff. What you say? You right with me. Girl, I'm like, nigga, who the fuck you talking to? Yeah, nigga, I don't give a fuck about nobody. You go sell it to somebody that gives a fuck. Cause I don't. So, but right is right and wrong is wrong. That's just the bottom line. Okay. So men handle your business. Women, let them handle their business. Stay out their motherfucking way. Men, let women handle their business. We don't need you in our business either. Okay. All right. Okay. So, Brother Sean, you have any go ahead on with the fuckery?
Well, labels. Just seem like we can't get away from motherfucking labels.
Uh-oh, what done went down, shook down?
It's just this whole debate about India now. Everybody seem to be on that thing as far as for it being a misnomer. But them motherfuckers still keep trying to tie us back to being Moors.
Yeah, hear a lot of that.
I be like, okay, this is a herbal refreshment moment. I'm so sick of these motherfuckers. But go ahead on, Brother Sean.
Or Tartarians now. I'm just tired of the fact that motherfuckers got to be labeled. You got to be called something other than your motherfucking name. I'm just lost with that. I mean, I understand what they tell you as far as for what you need to engage in commerce. But whose shit is it that they're commercializing in the first goddamn place to be selling?
Ooh.
When do you get broke off? We see through their charters and their paperwork and shit, they make that shit work for them. Motherfuckers been breaking them off for how long? And then had how many identities since they began this shit?
Right.
Motherfuckers have been renamed how many motherfucking times, and no matter what the fuck you called, they still getting broke off their end.
Right. Right.
All of these commercialized, trademarked, copywritten terms, the motherfuckers just keep accepting. and accepting the storyline and narration that go along with that particular identity. Motherfuckers keep talking about soul, being at war for their soul. But the only thing you fighting for is recognition.
Can you
Your
just
whole,
say that again, if you don't mind?
you're fighting for your soul, and all you seem to be fighting for is recognition. And to me, it just don't make it past fuckery that
Right.
your soul isn't important to you. What a motherfucker call you, and what you think might be yours is more important to you than your soul. You don't get to play this motherfucking game without your soul. You don't get to do shit without your soul. These emotions and everything that you going through, the script that you playing out, this somebody else's shit. Your thoughts ain't even fucking yours.
Ooh.
Cause your every argument is what somebody else done told you.
Yep.
Ain't done no fucking shadow work. Ain't reconnected with none of your goddamn ancestors that are within you all day, every motherfucking day. You can't hear not a goddamn thing they saying to you. But you hear everything that's going on outside your monkey ass, don't you? Anything somebody tell you to do,
Exactly.
that's what you do out of fear. You listen to everybody but the motherfucker you should be listening to. Your goddamn self.
Exactly.
But the way some of you motherfuckers are today, I honestly don't think you should be listening to you. Because you made all these dumbass decisions. But I digress.
All of that part. All of that part. I can't talk about give up the game on what went on the paid live, the paid private live that happened on BCU on Sunday. I can't go into details, but nobody is a victim in this story.
That's right.
I'm just gonna, that's not giving up no details. I'm gonna say that for the slow ones in the back. No one is a victim in this story. That's why we have to clean it up. It's just that simple. So either you're gonna get to work, clean it up, tap in, like I told y'all, connect and correct, or shut the fuck up.
Hey, sir.
Yes, sir.
One more thing. Since identity theft, our people sit up and argue and debate with these quote unquote natives about stealing our identity.
Mm-hmm.
But then you look at the term American, which to me describes us better, would be a more accurate description.
Yeah.
But nobody argues about the fact that anybody can come from anywhere on the planet or in the goddamn galaxy and come here and become a fucking American.
Yeah, that's deep.
Ain't nobody the fuck offended by that. You can go over to China and at no point will what any of them call you a motherfucking Chinese. Russia, name any fucking place else, on this goddamn planet where you can go and be called that people, where you can just go assume they fucking identity. And we arguing and fighting about characters that they created.
Ooh.
Oops, I got that. I understand that one.
They the ones got the patents and the copyrights on them terms in
Sure
the end.
do.
All this, that, or the other. Even those tribal names that we all seem to be so fond of. Who do you think own the rights to those names?
Come on with it now.
We showing the fuck don't own the right to nothing. If it's copywritten, it's a part of the goddamn program.
Exactly.
I digress.
No, very, very good. Shout out to sis Treese. I call her Tracy Bear. Said, some of us are here to clean up the mess in our bloodline. Find your soul tribe and do that shadow work. You change the world by working on yourself.
Indeed, sis, indeed.
That part. Very, very good information. Very, very good information. All right, fam. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off, Brother Sean. Did you have any other? Go ahead on.
Oh, I'm good.
Yeah. Y'all bringing it. Child, we didn't went from, shit, how did we start out this conversation? Oh, I had to go down the line, cuss a few people out with my scarf. Shit, we done went around the block up the corner. All right. Okay, very good stuff, fam. Okay, we about to switch gears. I want to, get ready, y'all. Ow. All right, I ran across this on my feed. Now we're going to get on the conspiracy, quote, theory side and the nerdy shit, okay? But bear with me, okay? So, of course, a lot of this shit can't be proven. But I did want to just make y'all aware, all right? So I'm getting this from, hold on a second, I got to bring it up, y'all. Let me mute this vid right quick, right? God damn it. All right, hold on, y'all. Let me try to bring up the video again. I got this concept from this YouTube channel called Minds Unveiled. Okay, so I'm going to, let me pause it and share my screen with you all. Okay. Hold on, fam. Here we go. So I just wanted to bring up, oh shit, I didn't take that down. My bad.
They be having some pretty good content.
They do. Shout out to Mind Unveiled. They do have pretty good content. And that's what came up. Let me shut this other stuff down. Let me make sure which one am I on. Okay. Just making sure I'm not on my main one. So this is the video that, and he has longer videos on this topic, but once I get into it, I highly recommend you go back and check out his drops on this other stuff on this topic. It's called Repopulation Postcards, this particular video. But this is what I want y'all to focus on. Cabbage Patch Kids, 1800s clonings, Babylon babies. Okay? Now, I'm not going to play his video because this is his intellectual property stuff. So go check out Mind Unveiled. And he's doing an entire series on it. I think I saw about 3 videos. Okay? And then he's also putting out little short ones on it. Okay? So what blew my locks back was the fact of this concept of the Cabbage Patch Kids. Okay. So now, if you are in the Generation X category, the Cabbage Patch Kids were a popular doll back up in the day.
People was fighting for them things.
Yeah, now I have to admit, I ain't finna sit up
and they were stealing them.
I had one, and that's why it was so funny that this one lady, I don't know who the fuck this lady was, came in my motherfucking comment sections and told me I look like a Cabbage Patch doll, and baby, I hit the flow. You understand me? Baby, I laughed so hard. And I was just so happy, and it could have been that I was putting one in the air. I fell all the way the fuck out. I'm like, yeah, the lady, I mean, okay, I can see that lady. I can see that with the hair and the motherfucking dimple on the motherfucking side. I holler, you understand me? But, you know, and I wasn't even mad at the Cabbage Patch doll stuff. She pissed me off being up in her feelings. So I blocked her ass based on that. Not the Cabbage Patch comment, because that was a good one, sis. And I'm good. When you got me, you got me. And I'm cool with that. I'm a laugh on that shit. But my point being, I had a Cabbage Patch Kid back in the day, the little doll. I can't remember if I got it for Christmas, whatever the motherfucking case may be. And she came with her little papers, her adoption papers, all of that.
Oh, that's funny.
I love that little doll. And, you know, I kept her all the way up until I went off to school. Because, you know, you leave all of that shit there. And then, you know, my mom, she ain't right. She a gangster on that on shit. We laugh about it today, but I didn't fucking appreciate it. I go away and I come back. I'm like, where's my room? Shit, she just converted my shit. Converted my room into her chill room, and all my shit got packed up in the basement. So you know how that goes. I wasn't thinking about that Cabbage Patch doll, so I don't know where she went. Okay, so just for you millennials that ain't up on the Cabbage Patch doll, here just the real high level, and then I'm gonna go to you the origins of what that Cabbage Patch doll shit was. Okay. What Tracy say? Do I need to go get this doll out of my baby's room? Tracy Bear, just listen, cause girl, when I tell you, when I Mind Unveil put this shit up, I said, you got to be shitting me. You got to be shitting me. So the Cabbage Patch Kids are a line of cloth dolls with plastic heads, first produced by the Coleco, or I don't know if that's Coleco, whatever, Industries in 1982. They were inspired by Little People soft sculpture dolls sold by Xavier Roberts as collectibles. The brand was renamed Cabbage Patch Kids by Robert L. when he acquired the exclusive worldwide licensing rights in 1982. The doll brand set every toy industry sale record for 3 years running and was one of the most popular lines of children licensed products in the 80s, and has become one of the longest running doll franchises in the United States. Additional Cabbage Patch products included children's apparel, bedding, infant wear, record albums, and board games. All right, so y'all don't understand about my mama. She wasn't getting none of that extra shit. I don't know what made her break down to get the Cabbage Patch doll. I'll be honest, I don't know. Okay, so they had them. See if I can blow this up.
They always ran out of them.
Yeah, I don't know how she got that doll, and my doll was melanated. That's why when that lady said I looked like a Cabbage Patch doll, I fell the fuck out. Because my doll had my complexion and had my color hair, but it was just crinkly. I fell all the way the fuck out with the little dimples. I hollered, okay? So this is how they look, this, that, and the third, and they come with adoption papers, all of that type of stuff. All right? So let me get to the origins of the Cabbage Patch doll. That's what baby blew my wig back.
I wonder if it's like Children of the Corn.
Chill, just wait, Brother Sean. You about close to it.
Oh,
I'm
my
like, get the
goodness.
fuck out of here. So y'all go check out Mine Unveils video. Because I don't want to play his shit without his permission. But and he has another one. Is this the other video? Let me see if this is the other video. Yeah, and this is the other video. Let me show y'all the other video. Yes, sir.
I see a lot of people get away with playing people's stuff simply by shrinking it. As long as it ain't the size of the whole screen.
It don't matter with me.
Right.
Shit.
Because some people's whole channels is based on showing other people's videos and giving their commentary.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, they choose who they want to censor, and I'm one of those people.
That's true. That's true. They do too.
You know, I don't want that smoke. You know, I would have to reach out to Mine Unveiled to see if it's okay to play it. But this is the other video. The Cabbage Patch Fairy Lost film is the first movie ever made. Alice Guy Incubator promotion. Okay, so go check out his vid, fam. He did a great job, but I was able to pull the origins of it. So here we go. Let's get into it. Okay. So this is from a site, the CabbagePatchKids.com, the legend. Child. Okay, and I did even get this little site from one of Mine Unveils videos. Okay. So this is the origins of them Cabbage Patch dolls. A curious creature. Once upon a time, a young boy named Xavier Roberts was playing in the woods near his home in the Appalachian Mountains of North Georgia. He was playing and daydreaming when suddenly a curious creature buzzed by his head. It looked like a bunny, but it flew in the air and buzzed like a bee. This is the story, okay, of the Cabbage Patch Kids. Okay, we're gonna get to what it really means. All right, so yeah. He went down the stream. It's that the third down the hill. Just as Xavier was about to capture the bunny bee, okay, and even the bunny and the bee, that has a meaning esoterically. Okay, so anytime you see rabbits esoterically, what do you all automatically think of?
Fertilization.
The
Yeah.
rabbit hole.
Rabbit hole, exactly. Rabbit hole. Because when I think about bees, I think about bees definitely with fertilization. But bunnies, I think of different realms.
Wow.
You know, think about Alice in Wonderland.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's from an esoteric perspective. This is why in this particular legend story about these Cabbage Patch Kids, they used a hybrid figure, a bunny and a bee. So esoterically, the bunny is, going down a rabbit hole, other realms, and then the bee is fertilization. So just as Xavier was about to capture the bunny bee, it flew straight into a waterfall and disappeared. Xavier was sure the bunny bee had drowned, but no, the bunny bee flew straight back out the waterfall and took a spin around Xavier's head, teasing him to follow. Okay, so that's that whole concept of following the bunny rabbit down the rabbit hole, right? Or following the rabbit down the rabbit hole, right?
Right.
So Xavier thought for a moment about what he had seen and decided to take a closer look at the waterfall. Sure enough, the waterfall wasn't an ordinary waterfall at all. There was an inviting little dry cave beyond the water. Okay, so I want y'all to y'all know how we get down over here when we get on the esoteric side and these theories. Remember, we're talking about these different realms and the concept of the land beyond the poles or hidden lands. And all of those particular theories talk about that you can get to these hidden lands either through water, so meaning going underwater, or through tunnels, okay, or i.e. caves, okay? So that's what made me think about that. That's how the bunny bee survived. With that discovery, Xavier held his breath and splashed through the water into the hidden cave, okay? He rubbed his eyes to adjust to the dim light, and when he looked again, he saw millions of beautiful, sparkling crystals of all sizes and colors. Xavier was so surprised by the sight that he almost forgot about the bunny bee. But that didn't last long. Here came the bunny bee buzzing him again, flying off deeper into the cave. Xavier took out his flashlight and started to follow. This was really becoming an adventure. Cabbages. Child, when I tell you I was minds unveiled, baby, you had me clutching my pearls. Cabbages. The bunny bee led the way and Xavier followed. When Xavier stopped to inspect the crystals, the bunny bee would come back and corral him, moving him deeper into the cave. It wasn't long before Xavier started to notice that the cave wasn't getting darker, it was getting lighter. Maybe this cave is actually a tunnel, he thought. He wondered where it would lead. The end of the tunnel finally appeared, but the opening was covered with kudzu vines. Oh, damn, Brother Sean. I don't know how you got kicked off. Okay, shout out to those of us in the South. We know that goddamn kudzu. Don't y'all ever plant no kudzu. It'll take over everything. All right? We know kudzu. I've seen kudzu take down pine trees. That's how it's an invasive species. But anyway, Rhonda, stay focused. All right, but the I know it shit my ass. But the opening, huh?
You tell me all the time. Stay focused.
I know. Stay focused. Right. But the opening was covered with kudzu vines, so you couldn't see what was on the other side. Xavier took out his pocket knife to cut away some of the vines and poked his head into the bright sunlight once again. Amazing. Bunny bees were flying all around, sprinkling magic dust from the crystals onto the cabbages. Rows and rows of cabbages were everywhere, but there was something different about them. Xavier blinked his eyes and squinted at what he thought was movement among the cabbage leaves. Xavier moved closer and soon could see that there were lots of small kids and babies sleeping and playing among the cabbages. Chapter 4. Otis Lee and the Cabbage Patch Kids. From the nearest cabbage, a little boy came towards Xavier and offered to shake his hand. He introduced himself as Otis Lee, one of the Cabbage Patch Kids. Xavier smiled and shook his hand with his new friend. "What is a Cabbage Patch Kid?" he asked. Otis Lee explained, Cabbage Patch Kids are kids and babies of all sizes and shapes that are born in a secret cabbage patch. The bunny bees flying all around sprinkle magic crystal dust on the mother's cabbages, and that magic causes Cabbage Patch Kids to be born in the cabbage patch. Did you come to help us find homes? Did you come to help us find homes of our own? Otis Lee asked. Xavier thought about this question very carefully and then said yes. He promised Otis Lee that he would build a special place called Babyland General where all Cabbage Patch kids and babies can live and play until someone adopts them and takes them home. After all, everybody should have a family to love. All right. So I wanted to share with you all the story of the Cabbage Patch kids. So you're like, okay, Rhonda, so what the fuck? And so shout out to Mind Unveiled, because what he is saying is that incubator story from the 1800s, and it ain't a story. It's on record.
Orphans. Now know where
the orphan trains, the incubator babies at the World Fair.
Peace and love, Auntie.
Hey, peace and love, nephew.
Quick question before you continue. I'm
thing.
late. Sorry. What were we just reading? Because from what I was looking at, that was like a summary of like 3 or 4 different childhood stories all in one.
That's coming from this site, the Cabbage Patch Kids, the legend.
Because we just saw the stock, and we all hear the story of the stock. So bring babies to the families.
Exactly.
When people have kids, they always have like a stork with, it's a boy, it's a girl. So I find it funny they're using that imagery to say to invite their new addition to their family home. It basically shows that family, that the new child that they're bringing home isn't really their child.
Exactly. That and excellent point, nephew, because that whole stork story was really representing the orphan children.
The orphan train.
Right. Exactly.
The stork is the orphan train. It's dropping off the children to the new family and quote unquote the new land. And those babies we're learning are hybridized. Because they're part cabbage and they're part kid.
Which that's what the mud flood community, shout out to the mud flood community, is pretty much, in their defense, they were struggling with it. Because they didn't want to come out and say that those incubator babies were babies grown in a laboratory.
And in defense of, let's say, them, they literally told us blatantly in our faces, because they gave us these stories since we were children about.
Right. Somebody needs to mute up. You got a lot of background noise. Mute up, and you can come back when you putting something on it. I'm sorry. Go ahead, nephew.
No, I'm just getting to the point where, as I said, I walked in and I'm just seeing all of these stories, and I know they're all separatized in our world. Like our kids know them as separate stories, but as you said, collectively, if you put them together, it kind of gives you an overview of what we call the mud flood reset.
Exactly.
And that would make sense as to, there's some land. Oh, and the question I had asked too is the story had said there's a bunch of kids playing amongst the Cabbage Patch. And the first question that popped into my head was, where's their parents?
Exactly.
Who seeded these children?
Who seeded them baby? Because that's what we ask with the babies in the incubator and them orphan trains, right? Ain't that what we've been asking?
That's the test tube babies, right?
Well, yeah, but who's
the scientists?
No, but right. But this is what I'm saying. The genetics. Oh, this goes back to Adam and Eve. This goes back to the Anunnaki story.
Right.
True that.
It just goes back to the Matrix. Remember the patch of human beings that are in the, I forgot what they call it, where they grow humans. They're not born no more.
And the tubes. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know what?
Humans.
Well, they're about to do that again.
They've been doing that. But yeah.
Well, this time they're going to put it out there where they're going to get it really public now. Because I just heard about it today.
Yeah, let's stay focused, sis. Stay focused. Stay focused. We on the Cabbage Patch legend and on these reset children.
Well, yeah.
Let's stay focused because I just want to put this out here to make us think. Go ahead, nephew.
I'm like I said, I'm just like coming to the summary of exactly that. This story is the reset being showed to us in a child form, in a satire, so that we would laugh it off as if it's not real, but it's continuously pushed in our face. Alice in Wonderland, again, the stocks being in front of people's houses when they give babies. We have the variation of the Matrix having the grown people, and then you have this variation of the Cabbage Patch Kids being grown in a field. So again, for me, I skip ahead and say, who's the grower, who planted the field, and what's the harvest for? Well, we know the harvest. The harvest is actually, sorry, we know the harvest is the stock taking the fresh picked child to its new home, and quote unquote, we know that new home to be, like I said, your neighbors next door. But I'm coming to say that do the neighbor?
I knew y'all was gonna be like, what? I was like, go ahead, nephew.
Do the neighbors know that that child is not a real child, and quote unquote, are those neighbors quote unquote real people? Because we procreate in different ways. Can I say it like that? Yeah. I know my baby's gonna come out of vagina. Right.
I feel you. Mm-hmm.
Their children are being presented by a bird, and they're okay with that. And again, they're making it seem as it's a story. It's just satire. It's ha 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 ha. But we know, no, it's not satire. It's sarcastic.
Right.
When it was being sarcastic, you know, they're telling you.
It's a metaphor. It's a metaphor.
It's a metaphor. Mm-hmm. Right. So they're telling us the truth in metaphorical form in children's stories, and it's again for their karma. So realistically, we're not wrong to say the quote unquote white person is the devil, because that quote unquote white person isn't real. I'm not talking skin color. I'm talking the Cabbage Patch white person. Because they blend in. Because we know the ghetto isn't the ghetto. The white trash white guy is not against us. He's not our enemy. We know he came in as a slave, so technically he has the same branding as us. So he's not our enemy. Essentially, he's in the same boat. So you could say he may be indigenous to wherever he came from. We're indigenous to America, but the system is playing us against each other.
Agreed.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. We have to come to the understanding that we're being used so that another breed of people, another genetic, another bloodline, because we talked about that last time, is being introduced into our bloodline under this system.
Right. Okay. Now, again, this is all mythology at this point. It's all alleged. We don't know. What we are saying is that this particular story that's been going around, this Cabbage Patch origin story, really appears to be metaphoric for the orphan train and incubator babies, i.e. reset population.
Hey, sis.
Yes, sir.
It also put me in the frame of mind of invasion of the body snatchers and the pods that they was hatching out of.
That's what it is. They are hatching out of those cabbage.
Shoot, I'm scratching as y'all talking, but go ahead. Because I hated that damn movie. Oh, I hated the original one, the remake. It makes me scratch. Okay.
But they were resetting the population.
And remember last week, the past couple of weeks, Brother Shine, you've been dropping some knowledge with the fam when you pretty much gave us the receipts on that anti-Semitic term, how that was invented. You gave us the receipts on how those starts with a J, end with an S surnames were invented, and they took it from the Bible, and both of those events happened in the 1800s. It
was approved and given to them.
Right when they started those world fairs, also with them incubator babies and the orphan trains rolling in. And I always had an issue with, where are the mamas to all these babies?
Correct. The mamas. Yeah, I'll agree. I'll stand there. Where's the mom? Where are the mothers that birthed it? Well, we know. Well, from this story. There is no mothers.
So that's always been my thing. Where were all of those? I mean, trainloads and trainloads of children being taken around the world and being, quote, quote, adopted by different families. That was the reset population, okay? So they totally changed world, quote, quote, true history.
Lied about that.
And these adopted children were raised with the new recreated history.
Correct.
I.e. the reset population. So again, I always thought, okay, so if you tell me that they're orphan children, because the official story are they're orphan children, okay? So you're trying to tell me even all them incubator babies, they were orphan children's also. That's what you're telling me.
Yes.
You telling me I can understand. I'll give you that the dads perished in wars.
No.
Okay, I'm going to appease you and give you that. But you trying to tell me the mamas, all them babies' mamas was gone too?
They all died in labor. That's what they were going to.
No, blood. No, something ain't right with that.
Starseed.
Something's not right with that.
No mother is really going to give up her abandon.
No mother's going to abandon that many mothers.
Their child.
No, something's not right. It gets even better. So let me see if I could find this particular. Hold on, fam.
And Auntie, before as you look for that, I just wanted to mention that when you say it was mystery, folklore, all that, but just understand that our history, our truth is their mystery, and their lie is what we know as his story.
Right. True that.
Everything that they tell us to be mystery, understand it is most likely true. And it most likely has to do with our history, our true culture before said reset. So anything that was happening to us, they classified as mystery, had the reset, and gave us history.
His story.
Agreed. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
I think just like today, some may have been stolen, but ignorant motherfuckers victimize the babies. People sell their children.
They kidnap children.
I already said that. I said that some people take them. Mm-hmm. But if you're looking at the way everything is going today and all the revelations that is taking place, or even think back to motherfuckers that we know that have done this type of shit. This is one of those dirty family secrets.
Mm-hmm. This is a secret.
I mean, and a lot of these baby thefts, a lot of times it takes for somebody in the inside to set the whole situation up. Mm-hmm. There's just so many levels to this that it just don't fit in one category, because you got too many people that consent. That's the way all this bullshit begins, by motherfuckers' consent. Yeah, others get infected. Yeah, we know we got the soulless motherfuckers out there. But the motherfuckers that's supposed to have souls that participate in this shit.
Just sold it.
Agreed. It's interesting that you say that, Brother Sean. I had posted a picture. This was sometime last year on my YouTube page, community wall, and it was of orphan children being escorted, orphan children being escorted by a melanated man. And he was clean as the board of health, baby. And I literally said, that's the reset population.
And that's a Black European ushering.
Exactly. Exactly.
And that's the hidden hand, because those children will look up to that Black European and will respect his command when they grow up to be adults. And we won't know.
Well, what happened is, remember, the Black European and others, I can't give up the game. Black European and others, still black folk, they went underground. So this shit got reset, and there was a reset population.
Right.
Okay.
Oh, and sorry.
Yes. No. Go ahead, nephew.
In your story, it even said that. It said that, first of all, the rabbit went down the hole, but it was saying that the kid went through the tunnel, and eventually he got to the end of the tunnel, and we know that tunnel to be a what? A cave. And if he's gone to the end of the cave, he's where? Underground. So it is true. It's not a mystery again. It's facts. They are underground, and that's where these orphan babies came from.
So, gets deeper. They even had a film, y'all, back up in the day. Let me pull this up, okay? And this came off of Mind Unveiled video, so I highly encourage y'all to check out the vid, get ready. And he does excellent work anyway, so shout out to him. But this particular movie called The Fairy of the Cabbage Patch, 1896.
Interesting.
This was also the exact year last week when we talked about them surnames.
Yeah.
Starts with the J, ends with the S, coming up out of the Bible. Because those people didn't even have surnames.
It was given to them by the Vatican.
It was given to them. Okay, the same exact year. And I forget the year that the anti-Semitic term was invented. I know it was somewhere in the 1800s, right around this time frame. Okay, so shout out to the Mud Flood community, because they pretty much said in their opinion that a huge reset happened in the 1800s. We also know that the Civil War jumped off in the 1800s also, okay? So this film came out in the 1800s. So let's just take a look at it just real quick. Let me see here. Hold on, y'all, because I want to start getting this. Hold on. I want to start making sure I tape this stuff. On Zoom. Yes, sir. Go ahead, Brother Sean, while I
what about the crystalline dust that they were being
Come on with it now.
with?
What you think about that, Brother Sean? What's your thoughts on that?
Electrical energy.
Got to do with transformation, terraforming, and the fact that they try to consume everything that is us trying to become us.
Mimicry. They can't create, they can only mimic what is already there. They're not original, so it has a defect. It doesn't perpetuate, it diminish.
Yeah, I thought that whole cave concept was interesting, because now, when I hear about caves, I hear about crystals, I understand now what those crystals are. I understand that those crystals are a part of the natural ley line of the planet. That is the natural ley line of the planet. Those crystals were once the root system of those ancient giant trees. Okay. So crystals have a lot of power anyway.
It's the electrical part of the system.
It's the natural exactly.
Piezoelectricity.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I just found that interesting that even in that Cabbage Patch legend story, they talked about caves, they talked about crystals, they talked about water, and the water would represent birth. Okay. All right. So this particular film, 1896, Alice Guy, The Fairy of the Cabbage Patch. All right. So it's only a minute long.
Let's see.
All right. So again, this was from Al. And so what YouTube channel was that? That's the YouTube channel. So shout out for you for putting that, preserving that. But this is Alice Guy, The Fairy of the Cabbage, 1896. Okay. So I was reading in Mind Unveils comment section, and it was a couple of people talking about how as they were growing up, either their grandparents, depending on how old they were, their great grandparents, talked about how they used to call children little cabbages. We found such and so in a cabbage patch field. So correlating children coming up out of a cabbage patch. So in other words, that allegory for adopted children.
Auntie?
Yes, sir.
I knew I would like to say that's really them saying the cabbage is an artificial womb. So what you're really saying
exactly.
Is artificial womb kids, a Cabbage Patch kid.
Bingo.
Cabbage is really the artificial womb that they would grow them in. We've all seen The Matrix. We know what that artificial egg looks like. That the cabbage is again the metaphor, the allegory for them having that, the artificial womb.
Bingo. Let me drop the bomb. Exactly. So I was reading through the comments on Mind Unveils video, and you had people saying that that was a common term used, especially over in France. And you had some people even saying, a couple people, not many, I think I saw about 2 people saying that their particular grandparents were saying that they didn't have parents. They literally didn't have parents. They never had parents. So almost like they knew that it was something artificially going on. Now, of course, I don't know this for sure, y'all. I don't know. What I do know is that something ain't right. At a minimum, even if I don't believe this whole creating children artificially or cloning children or however you want to look at it, even if I don't believe that part, even if I don't believe that these babies were artificially created, something happened huge on this planet in the 1800s that wiped out a lot of the true history. Someone purposely planned out a population that they could raise up and teach them their form of history the way they wanted it to be taught, and therefore writing that said population in the story.
Writing out others.
While writing out others. Well, not even writing out others. Reclassifying others.
Omitting others. Yeah.
Something huge happened. Okay? Because all I have to look at is the quote, quote, black population in Americas. And we went from 2 generations with great-grandparents and grandparents telling you that you've always been in the Americas to now majority of the same said population saying they are from Africa. So you can't fucking tell me that it can't be done because it happened in our lifetime.
Yeah.
So something big happened in the 1800s where they literally rewrote history. It was huge. Switching out of populations. And it's deep. It's really deep. I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
They're doing that right now in our faces.
Yeah.
With this whole immigration thing, the whole influx of other people who will now assume the identity of Americans.
Right.
I mean, the fact that back then that they created whole organizations around children without parents, orphanages. And the series that came out back then about the orphanage, what was that, Father John's orphanage?
Mm-hmm. And somebody put Annie up in there. I saw somebody put Raggedy Ann. Yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
And if you look at the way the Cabbage Patch kids are dressed, they dress like farmers.
Oh, that's a good point.
They got on the coveralls, this, that, or the other. They got the whole Southern look to them.
Well, Uncle Sean, they came off a farm. They were grown.
Yeah, but who were the original farmers?
Yes, that's the question. Who is the seeders? Yes. Who cultivated the land? Who picked that plot of land to friggin' put them in?
Who said that they trained them because they knew that they were going to
sleep.
And they taught them what they needed them to know in order to run government.
Yeah. And like Auntie Rhoda just said, she saw those kids walking with that Black European, which will give you the visual of how it was done.
So if the entire realm was quote unquote Black, and we know that others have been used then and now. Who has that been against?
Us, the originals.
But okay, I'm just gonna say this, because I can't give up somebody else's game. It's when we say us, we need to understand who us really is.
Mm-hmm.
So I can't give up somebody else's game. I'm just gonna say that.
On a metaphysical level, I say we're spirit having a physical experience.
Either way, the things or individuals behind all of this come from both sides. The whole world is fighting against the original beings of the Americas.
Facts.
Period. Dot. Everybody wants something from over here.
True that.
Or to be here. Didn't nobody come over in this bitch and take over without help from the quote unquote elite here?
Can you run that for the slow ones in the back? I'm just gonna sit here and sip on this water, this imaginary tea that's really water. Can you say that for the slow ones in the back again, Brother Shine?
Ain't nobody came over here and took over shit without the help of the so-called elite from here. That means so-called kings, queens, emperors, empresses, chiefs, etc., etc. Whatever motherfucking title you want to take. It took motherfuckers in those ranks to help pull this shit off, because they ain't pulled this shit off with just a bunch of regular motherfuckers. Period. Regular motherfuckers ain't signed not one goddamn treaty. Regular motherfuckers ain't participated in none of that goddamn fuckery. Regular motherfuckers is the motherfuckers that said they wasn't going along with shit. Fuck that, fuck you. I'm staying here where my people was at. This is where my home is at. I'm gonna stay in this motherfucker till it fall a motherfucking part. We ain't going no motherfucking where. You can call us backwards, whatever the fuck you wanna call us. We ain't going no motherfucking where. Fuck you, fuck them deals, fuck all that motherfucking shit. Fuck you, anybody that agreed with you. Why do motherfuckers think that motherfuckers here was at war before another motherfucker even set foot over here? Because motherfuckers didn't agree with everything motherfuckers were saying. You had greedy motherfuckers here before motherfuckers came across the waters or however the fuck they got here. How do you think that motherfuckers had kingdoms and all this goddamn land and shit and motherfuckers working for them? They didn't bring something new over here. Like motherfuckers want to keep saying about the Constitution, how the Iroquois Confederacy was responsible for it, this, that, and that. It's fuck shit in the Constitution. That just goes to tell you that motherfuckers wasn't in control of themselves, or other motherfuckers was trying to control motherfuckers. Because why the fuck you got to tell me how to fucking live? Why the fuck you got to impose some goddamn rights on me if I'm on my shit, minding my own goddamn business? You want to come take my shit. That's what all them fucking laws and all that shit is about. Since when a motherfucker need to tell another motherfucker what to do in their goddamn house?
Right.
Ain't that what we keep telling y'all? Clean around your own goddamn doorstep?
Yep.
That's because we're prisoners.
Yeah, but who decided that we would be prisoners?
Come on with it now.
That's a different story.
No, it's all the same story. We can't separate nothing from nothing. If we're coming into wholeness, you have to see that none of this shit is separate. It's all just different levels of the goddamn game.
Exactly.
Facts.
It's all to keep us distracted, keep us going through all these different identity crises, going down the goddamn rabbit hole, just getting caught up in information that they just pulled out their motherfucking ass. Because ain't none of that got shit to do with who we are and what the fuck is going on.
Or what we should be actually doing.
If you even look in their book, that Biblio's book, their God instructs them to go into other lands and utterly destroy these people, destroy their altars, destroy everything, utterly destroy them.
The good is good over there. The gold is good. That's what he said.
And where is the only place that they are trying to utterly destroy the people?
America.
The land of milk and honey.
Facts.
Thus, the bunny being the bee, you got your honey and your fertility.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
And your procreation, whether it's a recreation or not.
Yep.
The most fertility is here.
Yep.
On every level. The land, the people.
Facts. The energy.
All of that. And we don't want to fight for that.
Yeah.
Most of us.
We want to argue and bicker about petty shit.
That's a big.
But I digress.
Very, very, very good. Very
Drop
good.
a bomb. Drop a bomb.
Yeah, let me drop the bomb. So there you have it, fam. So whether or not you believe that concept of the orphan, well, the orphan trains definitely were real. It's documented. It's on film.
It's a fact.
It's a fact. The incubator babies are real.
The technology is real.
Right, because they had, sis, what you call them thingies that they put premature babies in?
Incubators.
Incubators, thank you. Shit. Right. So they had incubator technology back then.
1800s.
So,
Faster.
so whether or not you believe that these children were not, quote, quote, naturally birthed through a woman with, you know, conception through a father, that's beyond you. I mean, I'm not beyond you. That's your right. You know, that is not the point. You're right, nephew. The point being, there was clearly a reset population. Hands down. Yes, sir.
The Bible tells you that there was a reset population. Remember, we talked about having two creation stories in the Bible. In the second creation story, they took, the serpent did something with Eve. How many Cabbage Patch kids did he actually have? What did he do with them? Let's say that's Eve's patch of kids. And he seeded his field with them. Took her eggs.
So you make your judgment on that. Sis Thelma brought up a great question. Are all, and damn it, where was the question? Are all the babies so-called white?
It looks like that.
Yes. The incubator babies, we didn't see any melanated incubator babies.
Auntie.
Yes, sir.
We won't see any quote unquote indigenous looking babies because the reset is in play. Why would I have indigenous babies in incubators trying to save their life if the play is to exterminate the originals?
The play was not to exterminate the originals.
Siphon the energy. I apologize.
Yeah, because we have to remember, number one, who was really behind it, and then number two, now with the orphan trains, the orphan trains were just not white children. I found old documentation where those orphan trains were worldwide, and they were also melanated orphan trains, and it was melanated children coming from Europe, being shipped from Europe. Yeah, they documented it. They literally documented it. So I can't vouch for melanated babies in them incubators, but I did find information on those orphan trains. They did have melanated children on those orphan trains because the drop I did, I talked about these orphan trains, how they re-educated these orphan children with a different history. And the melanated children were no different. And specifically, it was a story in the newspaper about these melanated orphan children in New York. And I remember somebody put a comment on my video saying that they know exactly where that took place in New York. And the melanated orphan children, they were Irish. Let me back that up for the slow ones in the back.
That wouldn't surprise me.
Right?
They end up in Jamaica, right? We know that.
So the late 1800s, early 1900s, there were melanated orphan children from Ireland.
Yeah, we did have that document. Yeah.
They had an orphanage in New York, and those babies were being mistreated. And that orphanage got burnt to the ground. They burnt it to the ground.
Crisp.
So even those melanated children were part of a reset population. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead on, Brother Sean.
We have to remember that the attack was on indigenous populations all around the world.
I absolutely agree.
And also, it was the so-called elite of all of these indigenous places that partook in this, just like it's the
bloodline,
so-called elite, or bloodline. Today, that's running everything. It's the same shit. And just like how children come up missing out of here allegedly at the sum of 800,000 a year.
Right.
That was going on all over. And they were bringing them here and with the purpose of indoctrinating them in order for them to infiltrate and disrupt our society here. They were raised that way. Everything that they were taught was to have them against us, whether they knew it or not. They planned for hundreds and thousands of years
Right.
in the future.
Right.
As far as they're concerned, those babies on those orphan trains, instead of the other, are seeds.
Yeah.
And then they bring them to the most fertile land
Assets.
and sprinkle them with crystal dust.
Damn.
Very dancing.
And then
Magic.
you have your new Americans, the people that's willing to fight and die.
For the corporation.
No, for that name.
Right, for that name. Absolutely. Excellent. Excellent. Tell it, Brother Sean. Absolutely.
They say Americans. We are proud Americans. American.
Do they say that all the time?
They don't say United States citizen.
Nope.
I'm an American. That's what they tell you. I'm an
All the time.
American. Even the Asians over here now. Hey, America. Everybody will tell you they're American in the goddamn minute. Barely can speak the language, still
Yeah.
got their goddamn accent. But they would tell you in a goddamn minute, they're an American. You can't tell them shit. But to us, it don't matter. We worried about everything else but what it means to be an American. They put a whole ideology behind what it means to be an American by studying us in the way that we used to be, in the way we used to take pride in who we were and what we did.
Preach.
They had that pride without the DNA. They have that pride without the soul. And we running around this bitch lost.
Now,
Still,
I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
still arguing and bickering with each other.
Petty shit.
And the whole time knowing that everybody want our shit and everybody want to be us.
Yeah.
Because they're showing it to us all day, every day. You can't go nowhere without seeing a motherfucker who ain't an American saying they're American.
We need to integrate. That's what they said. Come as one.
But I digress.
Okay, so I want to just go through a couple of these comments, and then I want to just throw something out there because I want y'all to really, really think about how this shit is set up. I want us to be real fucking crystal clear because we're going through it again. We're literally going through it again.
Yeah.
All right. So Jasmine Boo says parents kill, and that's Sis Tifa. Peace and love to Sis Tifa. Parents killed, put in mental hospitals and jailed. Children were taken away. And yes, that's the official narrative that they tell. And I'm not even gonna say that that's
some brutal shit.
Not true. I do believe that went on it as well, but that's a lot of babies that were shifted around, okay? What I want you all to understand, I want you to be clear. This ain't something that somebody done said. I pulled the documentation. Those orphan trains were worldwide. So I don't want you to walk away from this live thinking that all of those orphan trains were coming to the Americas. No, they have on record that those orphan trains were going around the world. So what I am telling you, this entire fucking population that you see, most of it is a reset population.
Expendables.
Yeah.
So they did it here in the Americas. They did it in Italy. They did it in Russia. They did it everywhere.
Non-essential people.
I want you all to understand what I'm telling you. They documented it. They ran them orphan trains, them babies, them adoptions through the church.
Yeah. So
I want you to be clear. So you have a total population since the 1800s.
back to the 17th. That shit was popping.
That probably are not the identity that they think they are. Okay? So I want you to be clear. I don't want you to think that this is just an American thing. I need you to understand how China became white. How Europe became white.
Mm.
We do know,
Australia.
even in Australia, white. Even Africa, it didn't turn white, but we pulled the records and saw where they were shipping Europeans, black Europeans, over to Africa. They tried to send some of the original black Europeans that came over to the Americas and some of the indigenous black Americans over to Africa. So what I need you to understand, we are talking about an entire world population whose identity has been reset. It has been shifted.
Yeah. Think COVID. Think what happened with COVID. They were able to do it globally in a second. Shut down the world. Same mindset.
Somebody need to mute me in the back. I literally hear myself, what I just said, replaying in the background. So mute that. I'm sorry. Go ahead, nephew.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Okay? That's what I need you all to understand. And shout out to somebody. I didn't lost the comment. I saw it come past earlier up in the feed where you said, what do you think that they're doing now with shipping? And it ain't shipping now, but it's busing and flying immigrants over to this country now.
In Canada, we have it documented with the Syrian people. It all came here. They literally moved all the body of people from Syria, those refugees, into Canada and dispersed them throughout the northern part of Canada.
Exactly, because they're doing the same thing over here in the Americas. They're doing it with the Ukrainians. Just go down the list of group of people shit in the Americas.
But look at the UK. The UK has the Muslim population issue that they say they have.
Yeah, that they say they have.
But either way, everybody's eyes is focused on here.
Yeah, I'm not disputing that. I totally get that. I just want people to understand what a true reset is.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I truly want you to get that and understand that. So that would mean people that you're sitting up here talking about, my brother, my sister. This truly may not be where their bloodline connects to at all.
Andy, you all say it the best. All skin folk ain't
kinfolk. Okay, I want us to be clear. So as folks are pointing the finger at quote Caucasian people, and make no mistake about it, Caucasian people ain't set none of this shit up. Let's be clear.
They're just a pawn in the play.
They didn't set none of these programs, none of this shit up. They didn't put the blueprint together, none of that. They didn't have the power. We now know exactly when this shit happened. We understand when the white seat of power became the public face. It was in the late. Please, somebody mute. Whoever has me in the background playing, either mute me with that secondary or just mute yourself. We now understand that, okay? We understand that it was the 1800s, okay?
You know, I saw a brother once who was reading, and he was sitting in his car reading the congressional records.
Mm-hmm.
And he said that they shifted the whole world for 500 years. It was a while ago. I think I brought it up
You
years
mean they
ago.
added time? They added 500 years time?
No, they
saying?
shifted people around.
For 500 years?
Yes.
The duration of 500.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yeah.
So 16, 17, 18, 19. Okay.
So he had this, he was reading the paperwork. I can't remember his name, or it's been a while since I saw that, but they have it in the records. And the Washington, D.C., that's what he was reading, the congressional records. I think that's how they call it, yeah.
So if we're not getting that this is one system, one worldwide system, if we're not getting the participants in the system, if we're not understanding that these resets that happen was worldwide, you're not getting it.
Nope.
And that's how they're able to keep repeating it. Because again, all it takes is to get to them babies. Raise them up and teach them the way you want to teach them. And their identity is going to be whatever you tell them their identity is is.
Auntie?
Yes, nephew.
The word of the day is influencers. Your babies is being influenced by the people they deem acceptable for the reasons we are now understanding, for the reset of our children. Because those influencers are being paid for a reason.
And that's a good point. So again, I just wanted to bring that to the fam. I wanted y'all to understand the origins of the Cabbage Patch. So now I can't look at that shit the same anymore, because I don't know if they're still doing that today. When you buy those Cabbage Patch dolls, that you get the adoption papers and all of that. So I was blown the hell away to find out how deep that story really goes.
And how they tied it in with other stories we thought were independent of that. Alice in Wonderland, they brought us to the underground lair where they're doing their stuff. We didn't know.
They still got adoption agencies worldwide. What is that telling you?
Mm-hmm. Child trafficking is still a big issue. What is that telling you?
Okay.
There is.
So it's just something to chew on. I just, shout out to Mind Unveiled. Whoo, child, for that information. And if you don't take anything out of that, I want you all to really understand that what they're telling us happened in the 1800s, that ain't what happened.
Mm-mm.
Okay? It was worldwide.
Yep.
It was worldwide. Okay? Now, I don't know nothing about whether or not it was laboratories. That I don't know. I can't prove it. Now, it is suspect as hell to me.
Allegedly, there's labs.
Yeah, I don't know that, because I just find it strange that all of those particular places on the planet, so meaning, Asia, Europe, Africa, I'm on the fence on. I think they totally lied across the damn board on Africa. I don't believe Africa was all black. Okay? I know that's controversial. I think Africa's been messed with for a long time.
Well, Auntie, I look at it like this way. They're the liars. We know that documented.
Right.
So if they're telling us that's the seed of civilization, we know it's not.
No, it's not the seed of civilization.
But I mean, I think it's possible if you think back to the technology that was had back then. Free energy, free everything. I mean, if everything that they have now is just stuff that they're digging up and reverse engineering. The ancestors had all type of technology to do all type of shit.
Yeah, the ancestors were cold with it. They understood the alchemy of the realm.
Facts.
Okay. So, and I'm starting to believe, based on these symbols and sigils, and as stuff is being uncovered, and I'm trying not to give up the game because it's not mine to give up. They knew exactly how the entire realm runs, naturally and artificially.
Right.
Because what we see today, this shit is artificial. It's being ran off of the naturalness of the planet, which are the crystals and stuff.
Ley lines.
With the natural ley line crystals. Thanks, sis. But what's running is artificial. And I think the ancestors knew both. Yes, it's Westworld. Why y'all think I fucks with Westworld? I told y'all to go fuck with Westworld. You need to watch all them seasons, even if you gotta pay HBO for 2 months, whatever. Binge watch that shit, cause it all seems Westworldish to me. I'm finna keep this shit all the way to fuck funky. It seems very Westworldish to me. Okay. So, I just want to bring that to y'all, fam. It is what it is. Take it for what you wish, but at a minimum, what I want you to take away from that, what they're telling us, what jumped off in the 1800s, in the 1700s, in the 1600s, in the 1500s, in the 1400s, in the 1300s, and that's even if that's what they were, because we know they fucked with their calculation of time. We know they fucked with that too. It's not what you think.
Hey, sis.
Yes, sir.
What do you think about the fact that they're around the same time that they're doing excavating over here, all of a sudden they find something new over in Egypt?
This is me. Let me sip. I think, and this is based on other people's research and them showing receipts of having pictures of them building them pyramids of Giza.
Yep.
Literally, and shout out to the people that brought them receipts. And I was pissed, baby, because I went over to Egypt. Okay? Which I'm still glad I went, because when I saw Jesus, i.e. Jesus' story over there, because I wasn't up in the church anyway. Just my soul was like, it's bullshit anyway. But that was confirmation that shit was fake. But these particular people pulled up the pictures of the construction of the Giza pyramids and the Sphinx and all of that. They literally pulled up pictures of them constructing it with motherfucking rebar.
Cement, yeah.
Cement. So people sitting up here, oh, the aliens did it. Such and so did it. This, that, and the third, 4, 5, 6, and 7. But people surface pictures of that shit with rebars. So the explanation that's being given was, oh, that's them repairing it. Well, wait a minute, nigga. If you claim that the blocks were so big that they can't be moved, because that's what the fuck you're claiming, nigga.
Auntie, they moved the entire piece. I forgot the name of the statue from one low area because they say it was going to flood. The Nile was going to flood, so they had to rebuild and construct. I forgot the piece somewhere else, and they literally took it apart and put it back together. And to your claim, exactly that. They told us that these blocks were supposed to be so heavy that blah, 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 blah,
that
blah.
It couldn't be moved, that it could not be moved today. Ain't that the story that they lead with that shit that's being built over in Africa?
They always do.
I've seen those pictures where they were putting the face back in place and literally lifting it up.
But your official narrative is, though, that it's so heavy, it's so revolutionary, this, that, and the third, 4, 5, and 6, that the shit can't be moved. But yet people produce pictures of just that.
And they themselves said they've moved it. They themselves said they've actually had to take it apart and put it somewhere else because the Nile was going to flood it out.
So my deal is, that's why I said what they're telling you about Africa.
Not real.
Nah.
Dude, you had a map. Nah. You had a map in 1953 or something like that, Mercator map, and they didn't even have the pyramids.
Right, that one white guy, and I would have to pull that stuff again. The map wasn't 1953
or something.
Yeah, it was a older map, and not only were there not those pyramids, but on that particular map, and I know maps can be sketchy because people can fudge and make that shit up. So I'm with you on that too. Let's be fair. Let's be fair here as well. But on that particular map, that particular map, they showed white people on that map in Africa and having kingdoms, and they also showed black people on the map having kingdoms, and they showed creatures underground. So it almost like it was a lab underground doing some genetic engineering on this map. Now, whether or not that map, shit, we always have to talk about that, and I'll always have to fucking find that map.
Was it called the Mercator?
Yeah, it was the Mercator. So now, whether or not that map is accurate, that's a separate story. I'll give people that. But what I am telling you is their official narrative of Africa, it doesn't gel.
No.
Because, again, we have the map. Not the map. We have actual pictures. Sorry, I got distracted because I'm trying to find that map. And I go through this every time, y'all, every year. But guess what? I may have found it.
You should keep it up in your office.
Nope, that ain't that map. But nonetheless, the point I'm trying to make is there are pictures of the structures that they saying could not be moved today. We got pictures of them moving them motherfuckers.
Mega boulders.
And not only do we have pictures of them moving them, we have pictures of them same structures with rebar. Construction rebar. Y'all know me and y'all know shit. I don't know all that, but I do know rebar when I see that motherfucker. Have that sticking out the structures.
There was a brother that said cement wasn't lime mixed with cement came when the Romans built their stuff. That's when the lime was mixed, and a lot of those structures that are ancient really just have stacked bricks and not that lime and cement together.
Yes, sir.
I don't know the history too well, so I'm going to ask. Okay, when did Rome fall?
I don't know. That's a mud flood community question. If you want to know the true one, and to be honest, I don't even know when they say it fell. But
that's fine. That's fine. It's a question mark. What I'm getting at is that we know Rome was a thing. It's not here now, but I look at it as Rome went underground at the same time. This is just Nua talking. At the same time, this reset happened. So when they gave us the Vatican, the church, and all this stuff as a front, because remember, it was the missionaries that first laid eyes upon our land. So the play of the church was now the play. So what I'm saying is that I'm going to yell on that.
Okay, no worries. No worries. I'll have to pull that map for y'all. Every time, fam, I bring this up, I go through this every other year. I have to go back and search through my shit for this fucking map. So I got it somewhere. I'll just have to, I'll try to have it for you all next week. I don't know why I have to keep digging for this map every time I want to go over it, and I have to keep going out there refinding it. So I don't know if it's being erased, and I done saved it in a couple places. So I'll have it for you all next week. So to answer your question, Brother Sean, it's made up.
Oh, Auntie.
Yes, sir.
Right enough. So I was talking about Rome. So what I was saying is that, so I would like to know what that time was, because I'm trying to say that it was at the same time, 1800s, when Rome fell, we got the Vatican. And we don't know Rome is not in existence, but we know the Vatican is controlling everything. And we know that's basically old Rome. So I'm saying Rome is still in play, but it's underground. It's given the front of the religion of the Catholic. The Catholic is still Rome. So if the Pope is the head of the Catholic system, that means the Roman system is still in play. But
That's
that's absolutely.
true.
Brother Odel went through that, because we have to look at the Roman system as an empire.
Correct. And that's what I'm saying. It's not today. Our children doesn't know it as an empire. They'll hear it as Rome. So I was asking, when did it happen? Because I'm looking at that as the reset. When Rome was the mighty nation that it was, and now we don't know of that nation. We only have what's left of it is the religion of that nation. And we know that religion is headed by the Vatican. And we know the Vatican, shout out Brother Odel, is running our current system, managing it. Trustee.
Take the word Rome. Take them letters. M-O-R-E.
Facts. I see it.
They've already tied their lineage back to all of that.
Yep.
We know who running everything.
Absolutely.
We know who they said that they would put in place while they sleep.
Right. And they themselves said it out of their mouths. Yeah.
And we also know that Sir King James said that he is a Roman.
Right. And he was running away from the Catholic system, and I'll say that's why he gave us the Bible.
And he really wasn't running away from the Catholic system. That was a ruse.
Well, they're Protestants, right? The Protestants.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, that was a ruse.
Gotcha.
He really wasn't running away from it. And Brother Odell can give you the specifics because he went over that before, and I want to say it was like in the 10 something child. I don't know if it was 1096, something like that, but he went through exactly when these particular empires started taking over. He went through it in quite detail. So it goes back it goes back quite far.
Well, and one thing, Auntie, Rome. So the king of Rome, the last melanated king of Rome is Charles V. And he had a play with, I can't remember all these names now, the Spanish guy that came through and killed all the indigenous people through the Olmecs, the Aztecs. Anyways, he was working with Charles, and Charles came over to this land and took over the Mayan Empire. What am I saying? The Roman Empire came and seated themselves within that bloodline. We know
Conquistadors.
Conquistadors, right? The conquistadors. It was what's his name? I don't know. First guy came, Spanish. Christopher Columbus came. He navigated. There was another guy that came behind Christopher Columbus, and he's the one that really did the damage. He was. I forgot the book I read. He was.
I know who you're talking about.
To King James. He was writing Charles. He was writing back to Charles, and he was telling him how the Moors. He took the Byzantine. They took the land from the Moors in the Byzantine era, and he was writing back to King Charles about the new land that they're about to take over in America. And he was writing to King Charles and saying, hey, this land is good, da, 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 da. And we have the history. Cortez.
Yeah.
Cortez was really working for Charles V, because when Cortez did what he did to take over the land, who came and took over the empire? Charles V. He was the last melanated emperor of Rome. He was also, he was also the brother of Spain, Princess. She was the white and he was the black. Who was the king and queen of
Charlotte?
Spain?
Queen Charlotte?
Who was the king?
George the Third.
If it's correct, that is the brother of King Charles. They're brothers. Mm-hmm. And when Charles died, he basically took over the throne, and this is where now the Spanish conquistadors basically came into what we call the lower part of America. What I was getting at, though, is that back to Rome, they seated themselves in that bloodline. They use Cortez as the spear, and then Charles came in, seated the throne, and from that time onwards, it's always been Roman emperors on the the Aztec throne. So Rome is still in play. It is just under the the face of the Vatican, the face of Catholicism, the religion, you would say. But Rome, the Jesuits are there to ensure that the law or the priesthood of the Pope is always running. That's what the Jesuits are really there for. They make sure that anything goes left or right, we always come back to the Pope rule. They want to make sure Pope rule is what we should be following. And again, the Pope is the only one that can bring emperors into their emperor status. You can't become an emperor until the Pope blesses you to be an emperor. So the Pope had that status to bless King Charles, Emperor Charles. And if you go through Charles's history, you would know that he was always with popes. He was always going back and forth. He was never in one place. Charles V. He was never in one kingdom. He was never in he was never at the castle.
he was always on the field, and he was always going back and forth to different popes. So these popes are very important. These popes played, as you said, the key role because they are the ones that are giving these emperors their seat. Even though, like I said, Charles is just a puppet, he still represents the Roman empire. And as you go, if you have the history, it's literally, you can go through the Aztecs, the Inca. You can go through their bloodline and see all the emperors that were in the Aztec bloodline. You'll see Charles, you'll see the rest of them go down, and you would know all of those people would have to be tied to Rome. They'll have to have some sort of tie to Rome. And if Rome disappeared, what happened to that emperorship? We know the Aztecs are not here today. What happened? Where did Rome go? Where did King Charles' lineage disappear to? What happened to all his efforts, you would say? Cortez didn't kill and do all the things he did for nothing. So how come we have the queen, but we don't hail the emperor? I was just curious as to how that all works out.
Okay, so I'll let you go on your dissertation. And that's okay. Brother Sean summed that up like about an hour ago.
Fact.
So Brother Sean, let me see if you on mute or not. Okay, I'm gonna need you to come off mute. Now you said what now, baby? How'd you say that the takeover happened? Cause you put that shit real simple, and I turned around and sipped on this imaginary tea that's really water. You summed it up. You remember what you said?
It took the so-called elite from everywhere to participate in it. Did no outside forces just come take over nothing, nowhere. Period. It's an inside job. It don't happen without help. And the Pope is just a title too. That's a position also. So motherfuckers, so people need to quit acting like this motherfucker is all powerful. He get replaced too. And as I mentioned before in The Godfather 3, they showed you that they didn't assassinate the Pope. So obviously that ain't the most powerful position on the goddamn earth.
No.
Most powerful position on the earth is being fucking organic and in tune with mama. Other than that, the rest of it is just bullshit. I'm just to the point where I'm just tired of hearing about what these motherfuckers did, who's supposed to be ruling this, who said this, who said that. Ain't we supposed to be in a new era? Ain't all
Brother Odell in the house. Oh, goddamn it, it's 11 o'clock. All right, Brother Odell, if you want to come up, you could come up. But we still gonna get it in next week.
You got to promote that, Auntie. Make sure you do that.
But ain't all contracts considered null and void, considering they're all fraudulent? Not one treaty or anything has ever been honored. And then I don't believe that any of the proper people made the decisions to begin with for any of that shit to be valid. So
it's taken by force mostly.
It's by consent.
Yeah, I'm trying. Yeah, I'm itching and shit, Brother Sean. Cause I know the point you're trying to give, and I can't give up somebody else's game.
For the men.
Y'all making my nerves. This is bad because we're trying to get y'all to get to this point. So say it again, Brother Sean. I get you, but I need you to say it again because it's not sinking in. Who? Let me rephrase the question. We got in this situation how?
Motherfuckers cut deals. Yeah. Our so-called leaders sold us out. Motherfuckers in position of power want to keep their goddamn positions sold to everybody else.
We married.
Not even necessarily about the marriage part. That was just later on where motherfuckers trying to cut other deals to try and make sure that they didn't get side cut.
Right.
Motherfuckers got desperate, got to giving away their daughters and all type of bullshit.
So what? I'm sorry, Brother Sean. I didn't mean to cut you off.
The last thing I say is this. People got work to do. While you sitting up saying you proud to be this or proud to be that, find out what that actually motherfucking means.
Right.
We keep telling you to find out what role did your bloodline actually play in something. Not going up under some goddamn group name or nationality or tribal name or this, that, or the other. What is your bloodline directly responsible for?
That part.
You may come to find out that your ancestors that you're saying you're so proud of right now were some of the dirtiest son bitches that we ever fucking came across. But I digress.
Thank you.
All right, so this is what I'm going to say. And shout out Brother Odell's in the house. I'm going to, Brother Odell put the link in. You free to come up. But I know you're scheduled to be here next week. So we could go over this financial stuff. But a question was asked about when did this empire system got stood up that we see today. And I couldn't remember the exact year. I knew it was something in the 10 something or the other, but you don't have to come up if you don't want to. It's totally on you. The point I'm trying to make again, I need for you all to enter over and understand this. There are no victims.
Yeah.
Nobody came over here and slapped the shit out of you or your ancestors and took stuff. That's not how it went down. That's what we're trying to get you all to see.
Hey, sis.
Yes, sir.
One more thing. Why is majority of our laws in Latin? Why is Latin considered a dead language and us a lost or dead people? Isn't Latin the official language of Rome?
Yes.
Roma?
Yeah.
Yes.
So that lets you know right there that Rome ain't going no goddamn way.
So this is like with the Aboriginals, because that's
The Aztec people ain't going nowhere either. Motherfuckers change name, motherfuckers shift gears, motherfuckers move. They keep getting us to think that the people who were just here recently, just like all this shit has happened recently, has just up and disappeared. They keep on telling us that people are gone, that these people have been wiped out, but yet and still, here we are. And they keep trying to tell us we other motherfuckers.
Exactly.
Everything that is allegedly indigenous to here as far as for names, we're being told we're everything but. They keep telling us this culture, this civilization died off, yet and still we keep seeing similarities to motherfuckers that's running around today.
Exactly. Hence, these motherfucking locks growing up out of my goddamn head. But continue.
But I digress at this point.
All right. Okay, so shout out to Brother Odell. Let me bring you on, brother, whenever you're ready. Your line is unmuted. Peace and love, brother. How are you?
On some power, everybody. On some power. Great to see everybody in the power. Shout out to everybody in the YouTube chat. Sister, love you. Both sisters. Want to acknowledge the feminine in the house.
Good to see you,
Sean.
brother.
Noah as well. Good to hear his voice. Sean is right. In terms of the corporate, I'm going to be very clear. I think there's more than one thing going on here, and I'm kind of leaning towards where Sean is coming from. There's two aspects of this. When I was, and this is something I will do with you, Rhonda, when you do get over here, I am going to take you. I'm going to be quite quiet where I'm going to take you. There is, I did some research maybe a number of years ago, and it confirmed for me that they were up to things that that it's not more obvious, that it's not obvious unless you do a certain amount of research that let me know that everything was commercialized. So I'll do it from two whole aspects. The most important thing is the one that we kind of deal with, which is the spiritual side, or I got the soul and metaphysical side. So in terms of the issue of mentality conquest, when we were all one, or when I say it was on like 5D Tower even before the fall, like Avatar, we weren't fighting. We didn't fight. The sisters were the queens were obviously still held with the land, and if any kind of conflicts happen, I think I mentioned this when I did the during the series. I think I mentioned the fact that the men couldn't just go to, if you had a beef with another man, you just couldn't go and fight like they do now with all this war and all this nonsense. You couldn't do that. You had to consult your queens first. I keep talking about this kind of stuff, but nobody, I don't think it was heard, but I know I've definitely mentioned it, so I've mentioned it now again. So the queens were consulted first, and it got to a point where if it was so bad and it was almost like everybody got to a point, then the queens would arrange for you to marry somebody else from in another house in order to sort out that feud. And your daughter would marry his daughter, or his son would marry her son, and the feuds would be sorted out there. War and conflict was absolutely, totally, more or less avoided. It had to be something seriously ridiculous before it got to that issue of even conflict even in the first place. That's how serious it was considered. It wasn't like now where you just have some mad beef. It's like, I'm just going to war. It was not that did not happen back in those days. It just didn't happen. So after the fall, when we were hijacked, and the Anunnaki and the Draco came in, and I think I mentioned it even in that talk when it talking about the creatures that were docile, and Sean reference to this as well when I mentioned it in my talk previously, that then when we fell to 3DF, and we had the one of the last falls so many million years ago, we were interfered with a lot more. And that's when I think the polar strand of DNA was knocked off. I think the third one of the strands was knocked off, and certain things were done to us, so we became a lot more violent. And then the animals were a lot more violent. Everybody was a lot more violent. And then obviously you've got us being in conflict, and that's the consciousness issue, which is the thing I deal with the most. Then you get to that side of things when we're having the most amount of battles here, and I would say that's when we fell into the kingdom of the world on the Great Sine Wave. So that's us being in conflict with each other. They weren't even here back then. It really started with us, to be fair. This is where Sean's right. It really started with us. So the battle of consciousness has always been the biggest thing, and I know I always talk about that. So that's the biggest issue, the biggest fall, because if you're consciously aware of stuff, you never get to a point where you know all war and stuff is all nonsense.
Right.
So then you get to the point where the seedings happened, and you get the different 5 cloister races. And then I'm talking about the different races that then come here now, because when we was all one, we was pretty much all melanated. Then you get the issue of the 5 cloister races after the electric wars and the seeding. And then you've got us three being here. Then you've got the different races that you see here now, right? And then those races were interfered with when I talked about that in my talk previously. And then when they got the most interference with, that's when we started to get the issues that we've got, that we're seeing now. And then obviously when the church was corporized in 325 AD with Constantine, that's the key one, 325 AD with Constantine, that's when the church was corporatized. I've heard then that was just after shortly after when the Yeshuas came here. So you had Yeshua's 12, 9, and then you got Arahabe. I think I talked about this in that other talk previously. It's a couple of in one of the first talks to talk about Arahabe. And that's when we got the most interference with, and the lines was that's when the bloodlines were interfered with the most. And then 325 years after that point, that's when the church was corporatized, which 325 with Constantine. You got the Gnostic side of Christianity were taken out. Bam, bam, bam. That went, and then all the commercial stuff came in through the influence of the Anunnaki, the Draco, and that's when we really started to have the issues that we're still dealing with today, through the 1200s and through the Unum Sanctum.
Okay, so the 1200s.
Romanus Pontifex. Yeah, you got the 325 AD was the most important point because that's when the church was commercialized. When it was commercialized, that's when all the Gnostic stuff was taken out, and that's when people really started to lose where we were, the real battles that were being fought here for the souls that were going on here, and that's when there was there's able to start to push in the stuff that we're dealing with today. So 325 AD was the most important one with Constantine, and then you had one with Justinian in the 700s in the councils, in all different councils. I put them up on here, and I went through them all. And then the Nicene councils, and then you had the Council of Trent and stuff like that, and then you had the ones in the 1200s with the Knights Templar, and Templars are to do with what's the Jesuits. It's to do when the Jesuits knew about the Templar, and the Templar had the knowledge about the gates in the earth, the halls of Amenti. That's why they're called the Knights Templar, because it's to do with the temples in the earth. And when we got Pope Boniface with Unum Sanctum in 1302, when they declared the Pope declared the dominion of the earth, that's when they started to do what we're dealing with now. Romanus Pontifex is the next one, Attorney Regis, and all the others I've took you through. That's when they had the Templar knowledge, and they knew about the halls of Amenti, and they also knew about the crystal templates, which had the original information on which the Vatican still have, which has got the certain degrees of knowledge, which came out of Ecupta. Today they call it Egypt, came out of Ecupta, and it's those bloodlines that came into the Vatican, and have still got that knowledge to this day, and it's those bloodlines that they're acknowledging, and those bloodlines, as we know, were the melanated ones, and they've since took over that. And then it's only recent when we had the flood, the biggest, the one in the 1700s that I referred to, the last one we had recently, when everything was then whitewashed, so to speak, and that's only that recently. So that's really where we're at the moment. But the biggest battle was really when we all started to make conflict with ourselves back on Atari in 5D. When we started to have all the warring and stuff, because really that's when we were all there, and the other races weren't even here back then.
Right.
They started with us.
So let me just paraphrase for the fam. I'm gonna try to put it in terms that will also kind of give a not a different view, because I'm trying to say the same thing. Think about the movie Avatar. I think that shit coming out this weekend. Part 2. You know I'm gonna be there with my legs crossed. Y'all do realize that, right? I'm gonna be right there front and center with my legs crossed. And I don't even like going to movie theaters like that. I go every now and then. I have to really like something to go. So I'm gonna be there with my legs crossed.
The water. The kind that wear the water, but we know that it's going to be ether. So I think they might say wear the water, but we know we got to look from an ether standpoint. They're going to drop some sites in there. You know that. So go ahead.
Yeah, it comes out tomorrow. Yeah. So, child, I promise you, I'm gonna be there. I probably won't go Friday. I'll probably go Saturday, because I'll be exhausted on Friday, y'all. Probably gonna go Saturday. Point being, it's the point I'm trying to make with that. I want y'all to go back to Avatar 1. This is my opinion. Shout out to Dr. Dilbert Blair, because he was the first one that said that Avatar was the story of planet Earth. Okay.
Yes, he did.
And that reminds me of like that 5D or the higher realm environment. Let's put it that way.
Yes, that's right. 5D.
So that higher realm environment with the ancient trees, this, that, and the third, and you see the ancient trees attached, their root system with the crystals. That's why when they walked on the ground, it lit up. Okay, that was the natural ley line of the planet. An invasion happened, okay, where the invaders came for the resources, okay?
Agreed.
War broke out, this, that, and the third, and then the planet was reset, okay?
Yes.
That was the first reset, and that particular reset was a huge, big reset. That's what put us into what we see today as this environment. This environment
Agreed.
did not naturally look like it looks today. That's why when in the Bible they tell you, they said, let there be light, separate the night from the dark, separate the waters from the land. That is the Bible describing to you the changing, the terraforming of the realm, which ultimately changed it from a higher frequency realm to what we see today. Okay? Fast forward, those invaders also became the rulers over there in Syria, Egypt, this, and the third, 4, 5, and 6. Okay? They were doing their thing. Okay? They started conquering the rest of the indigenous people's place. Okay? Because the indigenous people across the planet had to readjust to this new terraforming. Okay? Then these same invaders started coming and taking over other particular territories of the indigenous people's stuff. Okay? So when Brother Odel talks about, what did you say? 325 AD?
325 AD was when the church got corporatized. But 325 AD was when church got corporatized. But what you're on about is even before then, because there was having conflict before then.
Exactly.
So keep going, sister. You're on the right.
So all that I just explained to you happened before. I'm trying to get you all in the mindset of how huge of a deal resets are. All right. When you get to the 325 AD situation, that's another reset going into the corporatization of their takeover / colonization. Okay. And now the rest of the stuff that Brother Odel was saying flowed. But let's be clear. Now, I can't vouch for Europe. I'm only guesstimating. I can't vouch for that indigenous population, part of that indigenous populations that participated in said implementing the systems. Okay. I can't vouch for that over in Europe. New information is coming out, and it ain't mine to tell, where in the Americas, you think that this stuff was put upon us. It's a little bit of a twist to it, okay? So I know that was around the block up the corner, but I hope that answered your question, nephew. And Brother Sean, you could come off of mute. I just had to mute you because you had a lot of background noise.
I had a question for Brother Odel.
Sure thing.
Brother Odel, you said in 325 AD, the church was first corporatized, right?
Yeah, commercialized. Yeah,
this became church. It became a church.
Right. The question I'm asking is, when did the concept of commercialization come into effect? Because we didn't commercialize things. And now you're saying this is the first time the church is being commercialized, or the idea of the church. So is this like we are being introduced this system of operation at this point?
Yeah, commercial, and it's to do with the Age of Pisces. It's a commercial construct. It's basically when Yeshua was talking about the fed of people, the 5,000 fish. I think I talked about this in one of my talks, and I showed the Age of Aries, and then I showed the Age of Taurus, the bull. It mentions in the Bible the worship of God and calf and stuff like that. Yeah. Well, when they got to the Age of Pisces, that's when the water came. And remember, what is it tied to the moon? It's got the moon is what tied to Moon's Day, the day when commerce happens. A moon day, you go to work on a moon day. Yeah, it's to do with the realm and the black Saturn blood. So when the Piscean construct came in the age of I believe, which is what symbolic with Yeshua, they're talking about then the things were coming into the water, which is what water is, what commercial. It's the moon controls the waters and the wombs of the woman. Okay, so that's, you see what I'm saying? It's because women's wombs are tied, obviously the cycle to the moon. The water. So so that the moon is what controls the moon is in control of what it works with, what the water. So this is to do with the Pisces. So it's the age of Pisces. So it's the Piscean construct, and that's when it was able to bring in the commercial aspect, because it was brought under Moon Day and the construct of Pisces. So that's when they brought in the commercial side of it, and that's when that started to happen. Go ahead, sorry.
No, I'm saying, so they had to basically wait until that particular timing of their clock came into effect for our energy.
Yes, that's right, yeah. Because they have to work with what's going on within the realm. This is why the Black Saturn is so important. Because this is why they're going ether-based. Now, this is the whole point of this series of Ascension. This is what me and Rhonda have been talking about, is the fact that they have to work with the energies within the realm.
Because now we see,
This is why everything's going ether-based. Yeah, that's why everything's going ether-based now. We're going air-based because what? We're in the age of what? Aquarius, and it's air-based. It's not by chance that these people are doing this digital. This is why I want to talk about the gateway to a new economy. It's not by chance that they're going SDR, special drawing rights. It's not by chance everything is going. They're going to try to get rid of the so-called moon eye, money, moon eye. It's not by chance that they're doing that. That's not by chance that they're getting rid of the physical paper moon eye, because again, it relates to what? The Pisces. But they have to remove that, because now the realm's gone ether-based. So they're going what? Digital, ether, air-based, because the energy of the realm is shifting. Yeah. So this is what we're talking on about. Exactly. There you go. That's why they're making a change. They're not by chance doing this. Everything has purpose.
They have to, because the frequencies change, and if they don't, their paradigm, their system won't work. So they have to re-establish their new paradigm, this new system, their new normal, because they now need to get rid of, quote unquote, the old system. Damn. So basically, you could almost say Rona was us shutting down, quote unquote, old system, so our quote unquote new normal could be in effect.
Okay.
Yes, that's right. And they called it Rona, but keep in mind, Corona or crown, this is the higher divine feminine is what's coming in, but they know that's coming in after their stuff. So they know that they know their time is up from a more, I'm talking about from a more higher perspective of the divine feminine coming in, because they know that obviously it's been a patriarchal system that's running the Vatican. Now we know that's going to be that's going, because in the realm it's going to be the women first. That's right. The women are going to be back in where they're supposed to be at. So they're going to be taking out this nonsense that's going on, period. And that clock might be even going with it anyway, because even that might not be in existence in this kingdom of heavens. We've got so much possibilities here. Go ahead, sister, because Rhonda's going to say something.
Okay, so I brought up the astrological clock. Those of you that have rocked with us, this does not it's not new to you. You understand that all of these symbols, y'all see these symbols and sigils?
Sigil.
Mm-hmm.
You see this? This, y'all can't see the cursor. That's Aries, the little ram head.
Yep.
Okay, and then you can just go around. Okay, the block. So out of Aries, this is next to Aries, the next one up. That's Pisces.
Correct.
That's where Jesus, okay, that's why this particular age was all about Jesus and Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it's because it represented the age.
Yeah.
Okay, these wavy things that represents water. That's the Aquarian age. That is what we're in now. Okay.
Yes.
Aquarian represents like ether, like we said. What we are telling you, each reset, there is a major reset when you go from one age to another. I'm going to say that again. I want you all to understand this. I want you to clearly get it. Because when we're talking about, King Charles, King James, Indians, Black Europeans, this, that, and the third. I want you all to understand that stuff took place under the Piscean watch. Okay? Yeah. We're now in the Aquarian age. Yeah. This is reset time.
Just transition.
Now I want y'all I want y'all at this point, because remember, you on PhD level. At this point, that should be basic understanding. If you're over here rocking with us, this clock should be basic understanding. You should understand that each one of these ages lasts, what is it?
2,163 years.
Yeah, 2,163 years. So meaning we spent 2,163 years in the Pisces age. You go around this clock in each age, and that's a total of 25,000. I think it's 960 something change.
Yeah, correct. That's right, sister.
Okay, yes. To make one complete cycle around this clock. That's what I want you all to have a basic understanding. All right?
Auntie.
Yes, sir. Don't get me off track, nephew, because I'm going to shut you down, because I need for y'all to get it. So go ahead, because I cannot get off track. You all have to get this.
No, what I'm gravitating to is the timeline. 220, what was it, Brother Odell? 325 AD. And we're saying that on the line of change, that's when a reset's happening. So we said the first, the church was commercialized in that time, 328. 325 AD. I'm asking the question, putting it out there, would that not be that line when we're going into that era? Because now it's the first time.
Okay.
No. Because again, and this is something I do reference point, because and this is why the heliotech is telling some of the truth in there. Again, I don't need to, because Sister Rhonda's doing what she said, so I'm going to be as fast as I can, because I don't want to take her off where feminine energy vibration is going, because she's on point. When we left the Aries era and we came into the fish age,
Jesus, Jesus, right?
Yeah. There's a certain amount of time that it takes before everything is completely moved into the full spectrum. Is what we're going through at the moment. So before that comes in, and then you get the issue of the age settling in, and then you get the issue of what happened with the conflicts and then the church. So I just want to let that. There's a certain amount of leeway with that. So that's all I wanted to say, but I don't want to cut Rhonda. But yeah, so there's a certain amount of leeway. But go ahead, Rhonda. Sorry.
Okay, so again, I want you all to understand this basic information on this clock, because what we are telling you goes beyond. You're never going to hear this any place else but here. And if you hear it any place else, it came from here. I don't give a damn who get upset about it. Whether or not you want to say I'm arrogant, I give no damns about that.
No,
I need for you all to understand this. What I am telling you, when I was explaining to you, shout out to Dr. Dilbert Blair, who is an ancestor now, and he told us that the story of Avatar was the original story of planet Earth. And Brother Odell just told you that when the conflicts took place in a higher dimension, what I am telling you, we fell when this astrological clock was put in place.
Correct.
We fell.
This is the terraforming right here.
Yes.
That's the prison.
Yes.
We fell.
That's what I am telling you. Now I'm finished. Hold up. I'm not done.
All right.
I want you all to pay attention to these sigils. They mean something. This is how the realm and the energy is being controlled on the planet.
Yes, with that black Saturn. That's correct, sister.
Okay? This is why you can look at ancient civilizations and you can see writings on the walls with these different symbols and sigils. That's through all indigenous cultures, even the
Correct.
quote, quote, American Indian culture. So that
Correct.
lets me know that they understood the metaphysics of this particular realm.
Correct, sister. That's why that Indian that you showed last week with we had the
black sun spokes. Exactly.
Because they understood that. They knew the principles of how the realm was functioning at that point. That's correct, sister.
So I need you all to understand this is deeper than just what went on in the Piscean era. I need you to be off the board. Let's be clear. The board I speak of is this clock. Let me say
sister.
that for the slow ones in the back. The board I speak of is this clock. This is what terraforms. This is what puts the planet in slavery. Okay?
Correct, sister.
So all of the wizards and witches
Warlocks
have been doing, that's been controlling these realms. They know the secrets and the codes in each particular of these ages. They know exactly what they need to do in order to keep rulership, to keep this game, this clock going. That's what I'm trying to get you all to see.
Correct, sister.
Okay? So even in the center of this particular clock, he's even showing you in the very, very center the black sunness of it all. Okay? This is the true science of the realm, but the true science of the realm is how it was terraformed. So meaning going from that avatar state of the natural ley lines of the crystals to this.
Correct, sister. That's right.
in circles.
That's what I'm trying to get you all to see. So if you're not talking about being on this level of saying all of this shit got to go, all you're talking about is, okay, so we done came up out of the Jesus age, Pisces age. We are in the Aquarian age. All Correct. You're talking about is being either a witch, warlock, wizard in the Aquarian age. But make no mistake about it, you just gonna be comfortable. You're just gonna be comfortable in this particular age. But the clock still goes.
Yes, sister.
And the planet is still enslaved. That's what I'm trying to get you all to see. And when we talk about higher consciousness, and when we talk about you have to stand in higher vibration, this is what I'm talking about.
Takes you off the board.
Exactly.
Can I share something, sister?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I just needed to get that out for people to understand.
No, you're right. You're right. I'm gonna add on to
No, you okay, nephew? I just had to be firm so you can see. I'm trying to get a point out, but you know I love you. It's all good.
No,
go ahead, Brother Odel.
Drop a bomb. You need to disable it, and then you need to do the bit where you disable it so I can screen share. It's gonna back up what you're saying. Just I'm gonna add on to what you're saying, but yeah, you're on point as always.
Let me see. Okay, you should be good now.
Yeah, I'm good now. I was going to share this with the audience and the people. There's two aspects of this that I'll just share. And then it's going to back up where the sister was coming from. I think this is the top that we did previously, but I'm just going to share this. There's a reason why I'm doing this, not that bit. It's not this. I want to show certain imagery. Just let me get this slideshow up. There's a certain reason for it, but it's backing up where sister's coming from. I'll just put this in. Right. Now, you can see here, okay, this is the timelines. You've got the different timelines being interfered with, but you can see that when we had after the electric wars, and I think this original talk that I did, when the clock was instituted, you can see here, this is backing up where the sister's coming from, again, what she was showing. There's a couple of images I want to share with all of you. You can see here the black Saturn on a black coil was put in. We was originally on a natural ascension line up here. that line got moved and we got knocked this way. And this is when the constructs of time and the terraforming, the dome, this is what they talk on Nos Confrondos, Rise of Cosmos. And then you can see the clock. You see the clock was instituted. This is what the sister's showing. And we're no longer in this is why we get the procession of the equinoxes, because we're not meant to have that. This is why these equinoxes happen. And what they did was when the Dracon and Aki, they all got together. You've got when we have certain times and certain ages where the clock shifts from either this side to this side. You can see it here. That one of them come in and then they take over the rulership. This is what the sister's been talking about. This we're talking about the mod on a cosmological level, when we're being shifted from one state to the other state instead of being in a natural ascension cycle, which originally was in, and then the black cloud was put in here. So that's one aspect of it. Now, when we got closed off, you can see here, when from the higher realm, when we fell, we came in. You can see where the realm, you can see that Indian that was wearing these symbols here. And then we got closed off. Yeah,
all day long. Right. So you can't tell me that Indian chief didn't understand this.
And you can tell the Ish people that that's their symbol.
Right. And now you can see here that we got, when the lock got put in place, again, you've got here, we've got the lock put in place, we've got locked down. This is when the root races, again, you've got and they talk about the 7 root races here, and we've got the, obviously the cloister races, right? So then when we fell, this is when obviously the clock, the sister's just been all about, got instituted, and obviously the higher consciousness got locked off. Yeah, and you can see here, the souls are in here. You can see the souls are in here, and we got locked off. This is what the sister's on about, and the religious stuff came in place. This is what I was talking about. I was giving all the information, the lineage and stuff. I did all this stuff. I covered it all in this talk. And you can obviously see we've got the different races that came in, and I've got the timelines here. I've got the timelines of when the races came in, the antichristic beings, and the roaches came in. And so when this is on about Avatar, the higher consciousness and the higher realms, we was there at one point, but then we got the DNA got messed up, and we got messed with, and obviously that's when the antichristic, these ratchet beings, the Draco, the Anarchy, the other beings got involved. They came in and they messed us up. So I talked about the different lineages, and then you've got here what you've got the Black Sun. They instituted the Black Sun. They instituted themselves in and brought in the clock. They're the ones who brought in that clock that's we're currently functioning on now. This is what I was showing when I was explaining all this stuff in the talk, and I talked about this. This is what I talked about when they had the electricals. Now I want to get to one more image when we fell. So you've got, that's the original. This is why the Christian uses the crosses and stuff like that. It's because it represents the edgeal parts of the realm that it was in. Yeah, this is when we got the echoes and stuff like that from our soul matrices. This is what I was talking about in all this talk when I did it and all the stuff. Now, this is what the sister's been on about. When we got messed up and they've put the hijacking and it's knocked us off a natural ascension cycle, we can see it would have been originally here. But then when we got knocked off, we instituted the moon stuff in, and then the hijack got put in place, they messed up all those grids and stuff like that. And this is what the sister's on about. And then they instituted the Black Saturn, and then we got siphoned in, so we couldn't leave the realm. This is what happened, and it took us off. This is what the sister was just been talking about. I want to just show the images of it to back up where she was coming from. So the realm originally looks like this on the higher realms, but when we got invaded, all this stuff got taken out. So we got knocked down to where we are, and we got messed up. So the realm originally should look like this, but then we got certain aspects we got knocked off and we got put down here. This is what we've been on about when I explained all this in all this talk. I just want to make sure we're very clear who did what, because we're just sharing this stuff. So now we'll get to the stuff sister's just been on about with Avatar. So you've got the higher up on the higher dimensions, and eventually when we got moved down from Taron 5D and we got knocked down to Earth, this is what the sister was on about with Avatar. We've got the last knockdowns, and when we're down here now, this is where we got the issue where the other beings came involved with us, and we got knocked down. And what happened? They're putting the wheel. This is what the sister's on about. They're putting the wheel in, right? And the wheel's in, and that's when they institute the Black Saturn. Now, what we're supposed to be doing is when you got through all these ages as living souls, you were supposed to reassemble your DNA. I think I talked about in this talk. When you reassemble all your DNA strands, you eventually crack the wheel in the middle back. It's called the Nimbus wheel. When you crack this wheel, you get into here on the higher conscious level, you graduate from the wheel and you go to the next state of being. That's where at one of these junctures now. This is why I've been talking about this ascension cycle. This is what I was on about. Because when we got shifted within the realm, the souls were getting recycled. This is what this image is showing. We're supposed to crack all of this shit. This is what the sister's on about.
Exactly.
We crack all of this shit, and then we lead to the next state of being. It's supposed to be going past all this to the highest states of being. That's what I was sharing on all this talk. This is what we're being on about. Transforming to the next step, being leaving that clock. Sister Spawn, that's what I've been talking about. There's a whole thing we've been speaking about. That's what I've been on about. That's supposed to be what we're doing, is leaving this natural, it's leaving this whole state of being, moving off this whole clock thing. So I'm just backing up the sister there, and I'll stop there. But that's what's supposed to be going on.
No, very good point, Brother Odell. Thank you for bringing that up. I really need you all to get it. When I'm talking getting off the board, I'm not talking about because right now we're in the Aquarian age. Okay, so these two squiggly line, that represents the Aquarian age. Okay. I'm not talking about just getting off the board and looking down at the Aquarian age. I'm talking about getting out the off the board, looking at the entire thing. Okay.
Looking backwards.
Mm-hmm. All of it has to go. Okay.
Yeah.
Now you folks that are into the Bible, each one of these particular ages are attributed to major events that happen in the Bible.
Yeah.
That represented major resets. I also want us to understand that resets don't just happen when it's an age. I told you it's a major reset happen when there's a change in ages. There are many ages, miniature ages within one age. Okay?
Yes,
all right? That's when you hear them talk about in the Bible in 1,000 years or 2,000 years. They're describing miniature resets.
Yes.
Brother Odell, you had a picture of that sine wave with that reset line. I remember you showing us that.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Yeah, I did. I'll bring it up.
The avatar.
You could go ahead, Brother Odell. Whenever you're ready, you can bring it back up.
Yeah, the great sine. It's a picture of what you said. We've got the great sine wave. I'll bring it up in a second. I'll bring it up. But yeah, I'm just agreeing with the sister. Like we've got to completely leave this realm and create new states of consciousness. Like it's a completely different. It's on a completely different level. The opportunities that we've got now are completely like off the. That's why they were so obsessed with Rona, because they knew once we got to that point, that they knew that we can't. Once we get to that level of consciousness, you can't be controlled no more.
You can't be controlled. It's no controlling, because you see the whole entire thing, and what you're saying, you don't consent to none of that.
Right.
Yeah.
At that point,
you can't control that. How can you control that? You like, well, I don't care nothing about none of that. I don't consent to none of it because this clock ain't supposed to be here. It's not natural.
For this realm, that's correct. It's not part of our realm. That's right.
It's
never meant to be here like that. This is the problem with that they're not talking about. This is the thing that they're not talking about, is how they've instituted how the clock is instituted, and how it was never here originally. It wasn't originally part of our realm. From this is the whole point we've been saying. It wasn't part of what we are. This is what they don't want to keep from you, because once you knew it, you know that, then you leave this part of the realm, and they're done. If the souls out here, they'll cease to exist. They know this. That's what they're scared of. They're scared of that more than anything else, sister. That's what they're scared of more than anything else. That's the one thing I've seen with them. They're scared of us realizing who we really are and the potential that we have, and that this whole existence that they have would cease to exist.
It would disappear. If you know, majority of the population, and I say this all the time, and I'm hoping you all understand why I say this all the time. If the majority of the population right now just had a thought
1%.
that they don't want any of it, 1%. They don't want that clock, they don't want any of it, it would cease to exist.
This is what I'm talking about. Kingdom of the world, kingdom of heaven.
This is a powerful, yes. This is what we're telling you all. Exactly.
No clocks.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's a great sign where you've got the kingdom of the world, which is left without the kingdom of the heavens, and thou shalt heaven shall know thy name, and all this stuff in the heliotape. They're talking about this.
Yeah.
Exactly.
This is what they're talking
That's
about.
what they're talking about up in that Bible. And the lower sign or of the wave, that also represents the energy. And when they talk about 3D and all of that type of jazz, and we're going from the Pisces era, and you see even on this graph, it says the Pisces era, 2,000 years. And then now we're going to the Aquarian, which we are in the Aquarian age, family.
Correct.
That is a higher level of consciousness. Do you see this wave sign?
Yeah.
So
no, that's.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Odel.
No, go ahead, sister.
So what we're telling you is, this is how they have been controlling the realm. And what we're telling you is all of it needs to go. Because I don't need you to be telling me when my consciousness need to be low and when it needs to be high. Who the fuck is you? Why would I want to be in a lower consciousness where it doesn't benefit me?
Hey, sis.
Yes, sir, Brother Sean.
What people have to realize is when you agree to the age in which they have written the rules for, they have programs written.
Come on with it now.
For what each age is supposed to mean and what you're supposed to do.
God damn it, bring it.
In order to stay in alignment for them to be able to feed.
Exactly. Do you mind saying that again, Brother Sean? That is so important.
I've already started doing that. Get out.
When you agree with the age and the program that is written within it, you subject yourself to be feed. Still, you're still a servant, you're still a slave, you're still a part of their program.
Yeah.
Bingo.
If what they prepared you for, if the things that they told you that are to occur in this age is not something that you as a creator brought into manifestation, then it's to subjugate you.
Come on with it now.
When you're taken away from your creator status and made to be a consumer or a useless eater, you lost.
That is correct.
Exactly, you lose your purpose. Agreed.
You've shifted positions. It's a reset. It's that simple. I digress.
Exactly. And just real quick, I just want to read a couple comments. Shout out to Brother I'm Born here. He says, that's why there's 100-year plans made by the elite. They work within the age. Absolutely. And I want us to be clear. When we talk about elite, I don't want us to think that that's just one culture, because I showed y'all last week that Indian chief with that sigil. So that woke me all the way up. That told me, oh, wait a minute. That means they understood the workings, the true science and workings of the realm. So meaning they were the warlocks, witches, that are participating in this clock, and they knew how to operate within this clock and within the particular age. And the other thing I'm Born said, we need to operate outside of time, that clock. Exactly. Bingo.
Yes,
that's why we kept saying it's got to go. That's why we went through all of that stuff, telling you that even the alphabet boys did a study and told you time don't exist. They telling you that all of this stuff was invented. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Odel.
Yeah. I'm just saying, and this is the thing with the way, the thing about this and these the Great Sound Wave with what they did. I mean, I covered this is talk. I don't know if I did this one but I covered all the linguistics and the cop. This is, I think, that when they did this. New Wise, when I was talking about the Roman, when they started to do the bodis corpus, they did it in this talk. This is when they started to do the publicana. I think I've covered it in one of the talks on here when I talked about this is when it started to happen. So you got 500 BC to 300 AD. This is to do with so you're thinking that the Pisces construct happened, like, I think it might be 500 years before this, but it takes time for an age to settle in the way it does. So that's covered the kind of that timelines through this. And if you watch, then I got into the different corporations, and then I got into how it was doing 325 AD. I covered the different stuff, and then I went to the Clearfield Doctrine. So in that talk, I kind of covered how they were doing it from that perspective, but it took them a long time to get into the whole thing. But in regards to the where's the Great Sound? In regards to the Great Sound Wave, I think it's on one of these. It might be, I don't know. But on one of these, I've got the Great on the Great Sound Wave. They've what's its named? They've the sound wave itself. This itself, the actual thing itself, when they're following these ages, they're planning on not just on hundreds of year cycles. They're planning it on more of they're planning it also like on a 25,000 year cycle. There's multiple cycles that they're planning on.
That is correct.
So that's why in Hecopter, they've got the lion. The Hecopter's the lion. You see in Hecopter, they've got the lion. They've got what they call that statue? That's the lion statue. What do they call the Sphinx? That's it. The Sphinx. Right? Mm-hmm, yeah, the Sphinx. The reason why they've got the Sphinx in Hecopter is because if you look at there's some science behind the Sphinx underneath the Sphinx, and it's got certain things underneath the Sphinx. But if you look at the Sphinx at certain angles, it faces. The reason why they built the Sphinx when they fell in the lap, when just after the just when they had one of the falls when they fell into the kingdom of the world, they built the Sphinx because it represents. It's looking at a certain angle, it's looking at Aquarius, because they knew that after the 25,000 year cycle, when we hit here, the Sphinx is facing Aquarius, and that's when they knew we would be faced. That's when they knew that we'd be entering the kingdom of the heavens. They knew that back then, so they knew stuff on a more galactic 25,000 year cycle, not cycle.
Because the Mayans certainly knew it. The Mayan, remember when they were talking about the Mayan calendar ran out. This, that, and the third. That's because the Mayans were talking about that astrological clock.
That's correct, sister. And that clock that they're using on that calendar didn't just use the realm clock. They was knowledgeable enough to use the galactic course of the stuff that I showed you, sister. Absolutely. They know that there's a bigger cycle in the echoes, the Akasha, the echoes. That clock represents aspects of that. Because that represents that wheel that I showed you, the Nimbus wheel. And it also means that when you graduate the Nimbus wheel, and I don't think it's in this particular speech, when you graduate the Nimbus wheel, when you go to the next step, that clock also to some degree represents that as well. You're leaving the whole thing, period. They also knew that too. It was very advanced.
Exactly. Yes, sir.
That Sphinx, they didn't have to rebuild that thing how many times?
Child, I don't even know.
And it's not as old as they say it is, so I really don't think it holds that type of significance as it is to shift attention from here to there on a certain level.
And it's symbolic. It's symbolic anyway.
Right. And what happened to the Sphinx that was in the Grand Canyon? I know it ain't still there. I mean, have they been repairing that one with the parts from the one in Arizona?
I see.
I mean, it's just so much weird shit with these motherfuckers.
They moved it from.
Yeah, I just still think we giving them too much credit for all type of shit. If Africa is the stage that we think it is, where they putting up movie props, this, that, and the other, over there is where they put up the biblical stuff. Over here is where they put up the Western shit and the backwards tribesman shit. I mean, they got a narrative for everybody.
For everything.
I mean, it's all just a big motherfucking Hollywood production. And bottom line is we just got to stop. They can't do shit once we say the party is over.
Right, the party is over. We done.
Yeah.
We don't want to participate in any of it.
If we just decide we ain't doing shit that we didn't author and create and approve together, the original people.
Exactly.
Not no aliens or wherever the fuck else motherfuckers come from. Because
Right.
everybody agrees that there was indigenous people to mama, and mama has her own children.
That's right.
Yes. Yeah.
So everybody else is somebody else's motherfucking child. You need to go find your parents and go back home.
Right.
Yeah.
We're
There's a
not
lot of
babysitting anymore.
Right. I don't like none of the games y'all brought here. None of that shit. I don't want to partake in none of your entertainment. I don't want no parts of none of that shit. Take it all with you. I'm done with this shit. This shit is crazy.
It is. So if Brother Odel, if you don't mind, I want to go and I want to show them that Prague clock.
Yeah.
Okay, so shoot, where's my stuff? So hold on a sec, fam. I want to show y'all how these people and I don't want to say, well, I do want to say these people. And when I say these people, I don't want you to think I'm talking about black and white. I don't want you to think I'm talking about just black Europeans. What I want you to understand, it is the controller, which is in warlocks. Okay?
Yeah.
That's the way I want you all to start viewing this. All right? Because you ain't finna tell me that an Indian with a swastika on his outfit didn't know that metaphysic game.
Yeah.
You ain't finna sit up there and convince me. That woke me all the way up. I'm like, oh, okay. So it was a lot of wizardy going on. Okay, then. All right. So dig, I'm gonna try to find. I just saw that Prague clock. That's what I get. Because I saw it, and then we're going to get up out of here. I swear we didn't expect to get into this. But
well, you see, they talk about alchemy and all that stuff occurring back then, and this being the cradle of civilization and everything. So I don't see how this was the cradle of civilization. And basically the last place to almost fall if motherfuckers here didn't know something. If our ancestors wasn't on to some shit, why it take so long and take everybody to get in here?
Agreed.
Why is our technology, food, and everything else taking care of the rest of the world? I mean, it's a lot that I could say, but I think I would be going off into somebody else's stuff if I said it. But the ancestors here ain't as innocent as motherfuckers keep trying to portray them.
Well.
No motherfucking victims. And if everything is as we think it is, this being the cradle of civilization, Lemuria, Atlantis, this, that, or the other, we started the colonization.
Yeah.
So shut the fuck up.
Brother Shauna, you know people ain't ready for that, okay? You know they not ready, but that's why I told y'all to get ready in 2023. Because you sitting up here thinking you know. You don't know. You're going to have to still throw some stuff out. That back door, we still got work to do. So just consider that your pre-warning. Because when we get into 2023, that's it. We're not getting ready to go into another year. We're not finna go into 2024 with this victim mentality. I'm telling you now, we're not fencing to do it. Not on this platform. We're not fencing to do it. Okay? Now I'm pissed, y'all. I can't find this Prague clock. And I know I had it. All right, I might have to show that to y'all next week. So I owe that to y'all next week. The Prague clock and that map. And I just had that Prague clock, and it won't let me bring it up. It's telling me to print it, and it's frustrating me because I want y'all to show. Oh, shit. Hell, Rhonda, why don't you just Google it?
That's the same thing I had.
Yeah, but I got frustrated. Oh, here it is. Okay, thank you, Universe. She was like, let me help this broad out. We about sick of you. I appreciate it, Universe. Thank you, Universe. Like, broad, I'm sick of you. Let's find this picture. All right, I'm going to bring this up, and then it's going to be our last thing. And thank you, Brother Odel, for coming up, because I didn't expect for you to come up, but I guess that you had to come up. All right.
Yeah, that was beautiful. Beautiful.
Yeah, I love when Brother Odel in the house, but I like to be respectful of his time because for those of you that don't know, Brother Odel is our brother / cousin from the UK. So he is, his time is quite ahead of ours. All right. So this is the Prague clock in Prague. Yes. It's still up. Okay. So this is showing you our particular universe realm. All right.
Yes, you can see the black Saturn there at the bottom.
Right. So at the bottom, that's the black sun. Okay. Now, what I want you all to pay attention to, the small circle that's like to the right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That's the known world. Okay. There, when people talk about the universe, that's the outer realm of this clock. That's the biggest circle of the clock. Okay? So they're even lying about even the total makeup of planet Earth herself.
Yes.
That's what we're telling you. This shit is deep.
Sounds like a tractor beam that pulled us back.
Okay, so somebody knew them witches and warlocks. They know this. They know this. You all see all these sigils throughout here, and then they got their, quote, quote, Roman numerals, but that's just to tell you, to show you the universal time clock. But if you even look on the outside, you see these different sigils. Somebody knew this clock is literally, isn't Brother Odel, this clock like sealed in Prague?
Yeah. And I've got a version of it. Remember, I think I've emailed it to your sister. Remember that version I've got of it that I showed you? Remember that at one of my presentations?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's multiple. This is what you were on about when you was on about with the Mayans and stuff that they knew. They looked at it from a more galactic, from the Echo standpoint, and this is what this is doing. It's looking for more from that standpoint. That's why I agree with you when you were saying that Black Saturn. If you noticed, it's at the bottom, but that's showing you where the hijacker's been put in, which I was talking about the hijack. Before all this, before this even existed, when was it on Gaia and 7D? None of these that kind of concepts, they weren't even there. Time wasn't time in the way that we taught.
Time wasn't time. This puts the universe on a timer.
Yeah.
All of it needs to go.
Yes,
they already done told you out of their own mouth that time does not exist. So if time does not exist, why are they calculating time?
That's a form of control the moment you start calculating it.
That's a form of control. That's to control the energy on the planet. Okay?
I wonder which I wonder which age of Aquarius is this? How many Aquariuses
Have we
been?
gone through this sister? She was a melanated sister. I'm gonna try to find that video if it's still up. She calculated how many times we went around this clock is basically what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she calculated it. And
what happened?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
And what happened in those other ages? I mean, you know, like the very first age of Aquarius. What happened in that one as opposed to this one? What were we called back then?
Well, I can't tell you what we were quote called. I had my own theory that they started this clock in the age of Aries. No, I take that back. Not the age of Aries. The age of fish. That's Pisces, right? Yeah, that's Pisces. And I can tell you my logic behind that. So I'll say that again because I apologize if I confused anything. This is my opinion.
I'm with you.
My opinion. This clock was put into place. Which age was this clock put into place? I'm going to say it was the age of Pisces. And the reason I say the age of Pisces was because they equate Jesus and Jesus and Inky. Inky is known as the fish symbol. And I equate Inky, Binky, Linky, them, shout out to Sis for that nickname, as the ones that were participating in the terraforming of the realm. Okay. And since I knew that Inky was also associated with the fish, in my mind sight, they started this original clock in that Pisces era, which also means why this switch that we just made from the Pisces era to the Aquarian era is so important to them because they knew that was the end of their clock. Okay,
that's true.
But that sister did. She gave an exact number of times that we quote went around this clock. All right. Now that's just this little circle. That ain't including
exactly
the entire universe, this outer realm.
Great cycle.
Okay. All of it has to go. All of this way, them calculating the time and this clock and all that, baby, ain't nobody asked for none of that. Time doesn't exist.
That's why they're getting so crazy, because they don't have control anymore, huh?
They would not have control.
That's why they want to restart the clock.
Yes,
their age of Aquarius is to restart the clock.
Yes.
They want to stand up and introduce a new black sun because that technology is not matching the new energy. It can't
divine
keep
feminine.
up.
Yes, that's what I'm on about. Yep, sister, I'm with you on this. With you, definitely. That divine feminine, it can't resonate at that level. The blacks, it would take out. That's what's happening. That's what we're being on about. The hijack is being knocked off by that divine feminine that's coming in. It's knocking off that hijack, and they know what's coming.
Because it was the feminine that built the realm.
Correct, sister. That's why I talk about the female Yanas and the billions of years ago in the talk that I was showing earlier. Because once that gets back to where we were originally, that's them. That's their time. That's them done.
That's
because
them
once sisters
done.
are not controlled no more, that's them done.
That's them done.
Goes all this nonsense. It goes from patriarchy goes all this nonsense. It all goes from. It's gone.
Exactly. Now, make no mistake about it. You had witches that are on their side. You have witches that are on their side.
Warlocks too.
Okay. And I don't want you all to leave this and think that witches and warlocks are a bad thing.
No,
okay. It's just what is in your benefit. Because if we really want to be true about it, we keep losing because we keep running away from the wizardry and the witchery and the warlocks of it all.
Hey, that's that, what's it? Yellow Brick Road? The wizard that runs the clock?
Exactly. Oh, shit, sis, that's a good analogy. So when I talk about creating the world you want, yeah, absolutely on one level is absolutely within the particular age. But really, really, what I'm talking about at the higher realm level, I'm talking burn this motherfucker down. We don't need it. Create something else. And as long as you stay on the board, I don't care if you stay in the circle that we in now. I don't care if you go in the next level of the circle. I don't care if you go on the outskirts of the circle. You're still on the clock.
Yep.
Yes.
Time. Daytime. They don't have time.
And all you are doing is taking up the title and the role of a wizard, a master. And you just get the opportunity to rule in that particular, quote, quote, fake space/time that they have invented.
Yes.
To me, that's not being a creator.
No.
That's just knowing how to use alchemy. A creator is saying, I don't give a fuck about none of that. It doesn't exist, period.
Mm-hmm.
Create and build something new. Step into your higher consciousness. I done told y'all, this is PhD stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm sorry, Brother Odel, you got something else?
That's you with me on that. That's exactly. This is where I talk about the hijacks. When it's gone, you've got to create something new. As beings, that's what we used to do. That's what we used to do. That's what we used to do. That's what the whole point is, that the universe is in a constant flux of motion and change. It's never still. Anything that's still or controlled is dead. That's what it is. It means it's like cellular death. Like your heart stops beating. If you're not in constant flux of motion and being urged to create new things, then you lose your purpose. And if you lose your purpose, you lose who you are. And that's why I agree with all of you, and even with what Brother Shah mentioned a bit earlier on. So it's your purpose. Once you know you're on your purpose and you're focusing on self, then that's the work that's got to go. It's the internal. That's what work I'm doing at the moment anyway. Internal work. The internal work's the most important thing that everybody's supposed to be doing right now in a natural ascension cycle. We've got to do that work and transform us into the next state of being. And that next state of being is not in any clock or any sort of clocks or any sort of control. It's to be able to create new forms of existence, new forms of creation, and to see new stars or whatever, even beyond that,
even beyond that, absolutely.
In new forms of how things could even exist. Like new levels of existence. That's how I would need to look at it. But people should be looking at it. Try not to even put limits on yourself. Expand into whatever you're supposed to, do in that next state of being, and create new forms of existence. So yeah, that's how I look at it, and we're in that opportunity. And we're that's the cycle we're in now. We have that opportunity to do that, and they don't want us to see that. That's what they're scared of. I agree with sister. That's what they don't want us to be. We've got that potential in us. That's the potential that they don't want us to be using, because that will mean that they can't exist in where we are now in this realm.
Exactly.
We show that it cease to exist, and that means their existence then is threatened. Hence why they behave the way they do.
You're the hostile to them.
And just to just to add another layer onto it, and then I do want to get to a comment I seen in the chat, because it's a good comment, but I want to give you something to ponder on with that comment. I want y'all to think about this. If your bloodline, if you know that you are a creator, and especially women, I need you to pay attention. that you are a creator of universes. Don't you fucking think what we have now is an insult to you? It's insulting to me. The whole entire clock itself is a fucking insult to me because you are limiting me, or I'm allowing myself to be limited.
Tractor beams.
And see, now I'm fucking pissed off. I don't fucking consent to it. So whatever agreement I may have possibly had, I'm done with that shit. It's insulting because I understand I'm beyond that.
You know,
that's what we're trying to get you to see. Women, I'm going to say to you again.
Say it slowly.
If you understand that you create and birth universes, isn't this shit insulting to you? Aren't you tired? All right, go ahead, sis. And then I'm going to get to that person's comment, and then we're going to wrap it up.
I was just thinking about Brother Seven.
Yes.
And what? Yeah, that's what I got out of that, too. He already said that. That's what we were made to do, is create the universes.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Yes, go ahead, Brother Sean.
But in that vein, why are so many people still waiting on the universe to bring them stuff? That's just like waiting on Jesus.
Because they don't get it.
He ain't coming.
They don't get it.
You're
not in the creator's mindset if you're waiting on somebody to do something. Yep. You're not in a creator mindset if you still have a victim mentality.
Correct. Yep. Agree.
So I don't care how spiritual or you say you are. If you're waiting on someone or something to do something, you're not in a creator mindset, and you definitely can't throw around and use that term God, because neither is happening.
Yeah, but they constantly saying they putting stuff out into the universe, this, that, and the other, and then waiting on shit to happen. Well, shit is happening all day, every day. Motherfuckers waiting on somebody or something or some specific time to be able to do shit.
How the universe works.
Well, that's on them. I said what I said. Either you in a creator state or you ain't.
Exactly. Because that's why I'll be tripping on when they talk about the blood moon or this eclipse or that eclipse. The downloads is coming on this specific day. Well, if motherfuckers know downloads is coming on a specific day, who do you think sending them downloads?
Right.
Who told you that will come?
Right. Right. And I don't think people caught I said one day that, I don't even fuck around with now when you get the ringing in the ear. I get the fuck out of here with that too, bitch. I'm not tuned into your black sun. Go fuck yourself. I don't need it. I don't need you to tell me when the fuck I need to get a download, goddammit. I don't need you to do that. I'm a creator. I'll create what I want, or if I need to know something, goddammit, I'll go get it. Or I'll command you to bring it to me.
That's how you program the universe.
Exactly, nephew. So they just have some growing to do, Brother Sean. That's all. And no shade or shame to anyone, because I was there. I went through them cycles.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So it's no shade to anybody that's practicing that stuff. You'll get there when you get there. All right. So this last comment, just real quick. Somebody said something about the Avengers. And I just wanted to point that out. It's a good comment, but I just want to put something on your mind to make you think. And shout out to the sis that brought this forward. I can't think of her name. Damn, sis, I'm sorry. I don't mean to quote your stuff and not give you credit for it. I apologize. I can't think of it off the top of my head right now. But that Avenger shit, it's just that. It's another program. I'm not tussling with a motherfucker over nothing on that level. Fuck you.
The superhero stuff?
Yeah. I'm not playing that script. That's a script. I'm not playing them games with them. Because that is another script. And shout out to the sis. When she said that shit, I said straight up. I said, God damn it, sis. If you don't never say nothing else, you nail that. All of that superhero shit, we to this or we to that. Oh, yeah, they want you to be a this or that. Go on and accept that script. Yep, we got that script for you, too.
Still tied in.
That's just like, do you want the red pill or do you want the blue pill? I don't want neither one of them, bitch. Go fuck yourself. I'm not interested. When we say, go create the world you want to live in, the universe you want to live in, I fucking mean that. I'm not talking about you picking up somebody else's script, taking somebody else's pill. That's their shit. You go create it. So, all right, we're going to go to last words. Oh, child, I didn't expect for this to be this way, but that's how it's going to need to move, and that's just that. Thank you, J. Noel. Shout out to Lucid Living TV. Shout out to you, sis. That's exactly who said it. And sis, if you don't say another motherfucking word, you nailed that, because that's exactly what needs to happen. You don't
I'm
need
glad
to be no
she's back.
Huh?
I'm glad she's back and she looking good.
Yeah, you looking good, sis. Shit, keep doing what you doing. Because you nailed that shit. I said straight up, I said, baby, you got that. You ain't got to get nothing else, goddammit, but you got that. Shout out to Lucid Live. That is exactly who said it. Lucid Living TV. She nailed that shit. She talked about Neo and them and all that Matrix 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Baby, first of all, my nerves is too bad now. Because I know how the way my nerves set up. I would have went through that first Matrix, and after that first motherfucking haircut and the off of the back of the Abdul Obligati, bitch, that's all you was going to receive up out of me. Before I got off of that board, fuck your red pill, fuck your blue pill, fuck this clock, fuck them superhero characters. I don't consent to none of it. Fuck your black sun. I'm saying this bitch is going to be burned down. We don't need it. I don't consent. All right, so with that said, thank you, Brother Odel, for coming and chilling with the fam. You have any last words, Brother Odel?
It's simple. The work's got to go in within, work on self. If self's right, everything else will put itself in a bit. Everything puts itself into place. Your purpose is yourself. If you lose purpose, you don't know who you are. Focusing on self, work on self, and then everything will come to you what you need. You get me? Focus on self first. Get yourself right. If you're all right, then you can do what you need to do to be creative. As simple as that. So we working on self first. Self's right, then you can be creative. You can reach your potential. You'll have your purpose.
Indeed, Brother Odel. And thank you, Brother Odel, for jumping up. And you was right there in the comments. We love you so much. You was right there in the comments and came on up and put something on it to clarify some things. So we truly, truly love and appreciate you. And we'll see you back next week. We're going to close out.
We're going to close up next week, innit?
Yeah, they fake ass 2022 with, the rest of this financial stuff. So you all, you should know the play For 2023, we're laying it out, okay? And we're not laying this out for us to be victims. Let's be clear. I'm not putting out this shit for us to be victims. I'm putting out this shit to put you up on game so you can get up, wake up out of this nightmare, and create. That's why we're putting this out there. So you don't have to go around they fake ass clock no more. And you certainly don't have to have these babies and future generations go around with this fuckery and this bullshit in their clock. All right?
Yeah.
So shout out, Brother Odel. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, no, it's great, Rhonda. I'll get in touch with this weekend. I'm going to have to, because we need to close out that last show and really get on to this that's up and coming. It's on the 7th, and it's just going to be interesting. This, although for me, I look at the years we're starting as a March for obvious reasons with the spring equinox.
Yeah, we know March is really the new.
We
already know what it is, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, when the planet starts to do its thing. So, but yeah, sister, I'm with you on this, man. We've got to put that work in and just do what we need to be doing. You get me focused on self. I agree. You get me, and we'll do what we need to do. So yeah, shout out, thanks for having this on, Rhonda. Shout out to everybody on the panel and in the chat. It's been fantastic as always, as it always is when we're on here. Anyway, we get it on here. We're on point here.
Indeed, thank you.
Thank you, sister.
Nephew Nuwa, you have any last words for the family?
The last word really is based on programming the universe, and when I say that, I'm coming to the understanding, as I said, we are the ones that are in true control of our world, how we perceive things, how we interact with things, and we need to be able to tell the universe exactly what we want from it, and then act. Just act. Don't ask questions. Don't overthink it. Don't rethink it. You get that inspiration to do what you need to do, follow your life goals, your life settings, and program the universe for what you want. The people that say that they're waiting for the universe, they did whatever they did, they cut a chicken head and blah, 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 blah. At that point, you're not, as Auntie says, you're not a creator, because you're waiting for the universe, but the universe is a computer. A computer will only work when a programmer comes and programs it with the proper codes. So if your software is not running the way you want it to, you are supposed to be the coder in your life to recode your perceptions, your mindset, the way you interact with individuals, what you eat, to get the perception or the outcome that you want. Now, obviously, if you're in a position that you say you don't want, you're obviously not doing what you're supposed to do. And if you say you're doing if you say you're doing everything to get what you want, clearly you're not asking, or you're not programming, universe accordingly. So last word is basically that. You have to learn the power of thought and execute that with breath of life and act. Stop waiting. There's time. We just learned there is no time. So what are you waiting for? Who are you waiting for? There is no God. You are the said God that you're waiting for. Be the programmer of your life and stop fucking around. Give thanks to the family, Auntie Rhonda, Auntie Sandra, Brother Odel, Uncle Sean, the people in the chat, people that are watching at home. Thank you for giving us your energy and time and helping us manifest this truth and making it uncompromisable so that we can all understand it. Because that's one of the things I programmed the universe to do. I had asked the universe to be in this position where I'll be given the truth of what the world actually is. And for me, I just had to do the work. One of the work is I have to be here every week. Every Thursdays, guys, at 7 o'clock, Auntie Rhonda is here giving us the game of what we should be doing from a spiritual, financial, on metaphysical levels, on things that are necessary for us to grow into the beings we should have always been. Exactly. We should have always had this level of insight. We should have always been on point. We should have always said, fuck the system. We should have never have been on the board from the jump. So I just want to thank Auntie Rhonda, give her flowers while she's still alive, and say I love you for the work that you have done and the time that you have put in on your spiritual journey to allow us now to, let's say, pick up the slack and help bring us to the finish line and understand what this world or this experience is truly about. So thank you. We love you. And we'll see you next week.
Okay. Thank you, nephew.
Yeah, I second that as well. I second that, definitely.
Love you too, nephew Nuwa. Sis Sandra, you have any last words for the family?
You know, about in 2010, I had this dream. And back there, you kept saying it all night long. You kept, this is what you're going to do. This is what I want to do. Leave it all behind and let the world burn. That dream has haunted me for years because we left, or I was gone off this place and the world was burning. I look back at it. I'm not going to tell you the rest of it, but yes, I will. I said, what I said, nobody's coming to save them. That's what I thought in that dream. Nobody's coming to save them. So it was really, you kept saying it, and that dream kept popping in my head tonight. And I enjoy the family because, I mean, if we can't grow by what we say, you know, we're not going to grow at all, because that means you're not in the right place to learn. And I'm grateful that we're here at this moment in this time to make amends and grow. So with that, I will say good night, because I think one of my dogs just woke up and he's cantankerous, but I enjoyed it.
He's been quiet and stuff. They've been cooperative. He ain't put nothing on it or none of that. But now we understand he was sleeping. You
know what? I have a rescue dog that found me.
Oh, that's so sweet. Well, he got to learn, be introduced to the fam, and learn to put something on and get in the conversation. So that's cool.
He's listening. He's a pretty smart dog. But yeah, he was laying out in my yard and he wouldn't go away.
Oh, that's so sweet. Okay.
So I just want to say thank the family. I really appreciate you all. And we grow in bounds if we pay attention, and we're here to learn because we're drawn here because the universe is drawing us here. And Brother Sean, you always bring it. Thank you so much. And Sister Rhonda, I appreciate you too. And oh my goodness, Brother Odel. Oh yeah. Thank you so much for taking your time and waking up, sleepy as you may be, to get with us on here on this side of the plane. And I appreciate you for that.
Thank you, sister.
Thank you, Sis Sandra. And we appreciate you, sis. And, love you. Just the, you just being on this panel all these years and just showing an example of what sisterhood is supposed to be. And, we don't even have to agree. We can agree to disagree. But,
no, we don't.
You know what I'm saying? But that has nothing to do with anything. It's still about sisterhood. That's what true sisterhood is supposed to be about. So just thank you. I really, really honor and appreciate you as well for the sisterhood that you show and showing up every week and really adding value to the show, to the panel, to the family, and to the divine feminine. So I appreciate you as well, sis.
Thank you.
So thanks. Thanks so much.
You're so welcome.
Brother Sean, you have any last words for the family?
Well,
That
all right,
run
bro.
takes me out. That run takes me out every time, baby. Oh, it takes me out.
if you do not consent to the fuckery that our ancestors perpetuate, put some flames up. Let's burn up all the shit.
Let me get my shit right. Let me go on and get up in this motherfucking chat, because I said I don't consent, goddammit, and I said what the fuck I said. So let me get these flames up.
That's the way it's going to go. They know
Shit.
Burn up all these motherfucking contracts.
Yep, they know it.
Because ain't none of that shit ours. It ain't meant to benefit us in any way, shape, or form. Burn up that motherfucking clock. Burn up that black sun. Burn up all the bullshit and all the motherfucking lies that have been told. Then release that shit and focus on healing.
Exactly.
Not healing as a process, not healing as something that you just keep doing, like motherfuckers keep trying to do right. The healing process is to be healed, to come into wholeness.
Yes.
That means accepting the darkness. That means making amends for what you have participated in.
Right.
At the same time, claiming to be victims while being the descendants of predators.
Yeah.
It's just so much that you have yet to enter and overstand. You claim to be gods, multi-dimensional beings and such. Then why you fucked up on one timeline? It's 16 of them. If you're multi-dimensional, what the fuck happening on those other timelines? They're all bleeding over into each other. You don't know which way is up or down. But you're claiming to be masters and gods and goddesses, etc., etc. And you on step number 1 and don't even realize it because you've yet to realize how far you've fallen.
Yeah.
All with your consent. Because you glorify the fuckery perpetuated by the ancestors. You seek shelter and refuge in these fucked up ass treaties and this paperwork.
Come on with it now.
And you wonder how come shit is the way it is. Why things keep getting worse. Why you keep falling for the same shit over and over and over again. Because somewhere within you is that ancestor that agreed to this fuck shit, so you don't want it to go nowhere. But I digress. I love y'all. Wholeness and power.
All right. Okay, so woo, fam, damn, y'all. This is for all of my co-hosts tonight. For the let me get my hand clap. So shout out to Brother Odel. Thank you, Brother Odel. Love you and appreciate you for coming in, putting something on it. We truly appreciate you. Thank you to Nephew Nuwa for coming up. Love you, nephew. I'm so proud of your growth from a spiritual perspective, and even your growth from, being that manning shit that you was doing when you first came on here. But that's okay. Ain't he got your ass all the way together? I'm so proud of your growth. Shout out to nephew Nuwa. So shout out to Sis Sandra for true sisterhood. We really appreciate and value you, Sis Sandra. Thank you for that. Love you, sis.
Love you too.
So shout out to Brother Sean, bringing in that energy, that male energy, dropping them bombs as he's normally do. So shout out to Brother Sean. Okay, and I know what it is, and I know your journey. I'm really, really proud of you. You're putting in a lot of work. Okay, so really, really proud of you, brother. So love you as well. Okay.
Love you more.
So shout out to the YouTube family in the chat. You know, y'all was laying it down like you normally do. So shout out to you. Appreciate and value you all as well. And shout out to the YouTube family that's watching us. Appreciate your support as well. So, fam, we'll be back next week. Brother Odel will be back. We gonna close it out with the last drop of the financial system that we wanted to talk about, which is going to conclude this particular series. So, Brother Odel will be back next week. All right. So, fam, baby, we done said all we had to say, what we needed to say. Only thing y'all know what I'm gonna say is I'm not talking about negotiating with a motherfucker. I'm not talking about begging a motherfucker about something. I ain't talking about a motherfucker handing me no script, telling me what role I want to play. I'm not talking about no motherfucker bribing me to do XYZ to keep this fuckery going. I'm saying we're going to burn this motherfucker down. So with that, we are Truth Uncompromised, and we will see you all next week, fam. We're going to rock out with some music. Love you all very much, fam. Peace and love.
Peace and love. Love you.
Love ya.